different levels of financing and even rates and those sorts of things. So we're not going to get all those answers today. This is just another one day in the process. But before Christmas, we're going to have to settle on where we sit pretty much before we go out to consultation. So this is just one of those things. So all the questions won't get answered today, but keep in mind yourselves about your own views and opinions about where you think we should be going. It is a public workshop, so just remember that as well. Not that there may be anyone watching, but it will be recorded, no doubt, and people can watch it later. So we've been warning you about a day like this for a while, haven't we? We've talked about it, so today is one of those crunchy, meaty days. So I'm sure the team are really able and well prepared for us, so let's give them the due respect and everything that they deserve, and let's get into it. Thank you, Jacinda.
Morena koutou. Good morning, everybody. This morning, Jacinta, Daniel and I are here to talk about financial and infrastructure strategies and to highlight how they are two key documents that provide direction for the LTP. There's a lot that goes into them, and so we will be talking about context and then sharing the detail of where we are at. So as we look at this morning, and just before I do that, this presentation is in your portal, so you'll be able to see all the detail on the graphs there. Thank you. So today, we're here to set the scene, to share the current situation, as Mayor Bernie's alluded to share our understanding of the infrastructure requirements and our current budget projections. We will explain the context of infrastructure strategies and financial strategies, again, how they contribute to long-term plans. We'll then move into discussing the drivers of costs and the work needed. To guide that work needed, we will discuss with you the parameters that you're comfortable with, the funding envelope that we should work within, and options that we should explore. So, when we leave here, it'll be really important that because of the limited time that we have, that we are clear on what you do want us to explore so we can bring that back to you. And so we're in a place when we head into Christmas with a clear direction on the scope, narrative and directions that we use to prepare the documents that we bring back to you in the new year before they go to audit. Where we are and where we need to get to. So staff have been working on the budgets needed for the LTP amendment and the annual plan. The first cut is complete. This is a starting point and we're sharing that first cut today. The first cut isn't pretty, and that's not an unusual situation to be in. The starting point usually isn't pretty. That's normal. What's different is that in the past we haven't brought that to elected members or talked about it publicly until later when more work has been undertaken. We wanted to do things differently, and again we'll be looking for your direction on appetite and where we should be further refining. Our district has several issues that need addressing now. These have been discussed in earlier workshops and will be discussed in additional workshops as well. A goal is to have a work program that ensures the district will be well served following the Three Waters reform. We've got #facing the facts. While we'll be looking for direction about where to refine costs, part of this is about facing the facts that there are areas that we can't control, while there are also some that we can control. That leads us into key challenges. This slide essentially breaks down into the three areas that we've been looking at in our long-term plan amendment. So we have a growing population. It will almost double within the next 20 years. which increases demand on existing infrastructure and community assets and requires considerable investment in new assets. The funding of this investment needs to be managed prudently and sustainably. We're also managing the impacts and uncertainties of Three Waters and other government reforms. So that's essentially our key water projects. Next, the future of the live-in landfill. The bottom 4 points contribute to affordability of rates. Costs for many people are increasing faster than their incomes. We're facing the impacts of historic low rates and deferring work to keep rates lower. There's a need to find the most equitable way to share the cost of providing services to our community and to look for innovative funding and delivery solutions to enable us to affordably deliver the infrastructure required. Key risks. We have 3 key risks here. First, that growth is lower than anticipated. What this would mean is that there are... did somebody have a question? No. What that means is that there would be higher rates for existing properties. That comes back to that rates pie that we talked about a little while ago. So that the pie, the rates increase needed, divided by the number of existing rateable properties. So when we're not increasing, the slice that each person, each ratepayer pays is larger. With less growth, we'd have lower development contributions flowing into higher borrowings. And it could require a review of the upgrade capital expenditure. If growth is higher, it's the other way around. More rateable properties means that the slice of pie each person needs to pay is smaller, so lower rates. We'd have lower borrowings with more growth and could require capital work program to be advanced earlier. The third risk we've noted is changes to the Three Waters reform program. So we watch and we wait. What's our story? How do we put this all together and tell the story so it makes sense? So we're in, beg your pardon, I'm a little bit nervous today. In a weather-strict district, we have our own perfect storm of assets reaching end of life. We need more capacity because we're growing as fast as forecast. We have frequent severe rain events pushing our system to and past capacity. In addition, Livin's landfill's future needs to be determined now for several reasons, including the greatly increased cost of delaying it. Previous councils committed to keeping rates low. Some of this work was planned but delayed to keep rates lower. Affordability has long been an issue for our district, as many in our community are on low incomes. But all decisions are trade-offs. Those decisions have meant that work delayed to keep rates low is now urgently needed, and there will be costs. We have to deal with that. Council doesn't control many parts, such as insurance, interest rates, inflation. But Council does determine how our rates are spread, and so how fairly the payments are shared. Horowhenua has the worst figures for rent and mortgage payments as a percentage of income in New Zealand. To continue to be responsible and address our severe affordability issues worsened by the cost of living crisis, Council can ensure that rates are spread more fairly across the community. As a Council, we have big issues to resolve, hard choices to make to ensure our community continues to have the fundamental services they rely on daily. These decisions can't be put off. With that context, we head more broadly into the infrastructure and financial strategies. So I'll give a little bit of background about where they are and where they fit, and then Daniel will move into the infrastructure strategy and Jacinta into the financial strategy. So how they fit into the long-term plan. These two strategies provide the strategic direction and underpin the context for the long-term plan. They will both be updated and consulted on as part of our long-term plan amendment. And then we move into the infrastructure strategies. These are relatively new. They're required through the Local Government Act, and the first time one was needed was just 2015. Why are they needed? Councils hold significant infrastructure assets. Most spending is on infrastructure, operations and works. Councils are responsible for managing these assets for their community's safety and quality of life. An infrastructure strategy that provides at least a minimum 30-year view allows councils to present a strategic picture of their infrastructure portfolio. Specifically, the infrastructure strategy identifies the significant infrastructure issues and the principal options for managing them. It must outline the most likely scenario, the estimated costs of managing those assets, the nature and timing of expected significant capital expenditure decisions, and the assumptions on which the scenarios are based. It is informed by the asset and activity management plans, so we've been working on those and are now coming up to this level. And while it must also cover a minimum of 30 years, it must cover the areas of water supply, wastewater, stormwater, roads and footpaths. It can cover community facilities, parks and solid waste facilities. Ours doesn't include solid waste facilities, but does include the other two there. Financial strategies. The purpose of these is to facilitate prudent financial management by the local authority by providing a guide to financial decision making. It tells the story about Council's financial direction over the life of the LTP, the financial consequences of the policy and service delivery decisions, and how these will be managed. So this one must cover the period of the LTP, which is a minimum 10 years. Our current one is 20 years. And you'll notice the difference in timing between this and the infrastructure strategy. Oh, yes?
Just a question from your previous slide. The can cover, we obviously haven't or don't for solid waste, and why is that?
But that wasn't included because the future of the landfill was still to be determined, and there was a note in there that it wasn't included for that reason.
So infrastructure strategies, traditionally, councils have only reflected it in their three waters and roading assets, but good practice would be that it's all infrastructure. For whatever reason, a deliberate decision was made during the 2021 long-term plan that solid waste was not included.
So it was removed at that point?
No, it's never been. It's never been.
Never, as in when council started getting out of.
When the requirement for an infrastructure strategy and a financial strategy was introduced, which from memory was in the 2015? Yeah, the 2015 when they moved from the LTCCPs to the LTPs. And so there is opportunity for us to include solid waste in the infrastructure strategy.
Thank you. A couple of extra points on the financial strategy. It must include a statement of the factors expected to have a significant impact on council, including the expected changes in population, land use, and the costs of providing for those changes. It includes the expected capital expenditure on network infrastructure, flood protection and flood control works that is required to maintain existing levels of service currently provided by the local authority. And it must include a statement of the council's quantified limits on rate increases and borrowing, and an assessment of its ability to provide and maintain existing levels of service and to meet additional demands for services within those limits. A good financial strategy tells a consistent story about the levels of service, costs, risks, and trade-offs. It's closely aligned to the infrastructure strategy. It presents the key decisions, the principal options, with the implications of these options set out. It's the basis for long-term planning, future decision-making, and financial performance monitoring. So I'll now pass over to Daniel to talk about our infrastructure strategy.
The goals in the strategy are around having affordable levels of service, ensuring customer expectations match investment, being fit for purpose and facilitating growth, supporting well-being and sustainable community. The 2141 strategy says that we'll proactively plan for future assets and activities to ensure they will be fit for purpose. We'll focus on just-in-time delivery to ensure infrastructure is not delivered too early but right when it is needed. We want to replace our assets just in time to ensure we get the greatest use possible out of them. And when replacing those assets, we will consider if an upgrade is needed and when needed to meet increasing demands. So that's all good in theory. And a lot of the challenges we're currently facing aren't new, and we've had these conversations before and will continue to do so in the future. Sweating the asset is the right thing to do. However, it does start to present a risk in a growth environment where that growth is starting to chew into those factors of safety. We're now at that point of having to look really hard around some of these critical assets across the district, particularly around Levin. So I'll jump into some examples shortly around what that means, but really reiterating that message that sweating the asset is the right thing to do, but the growth as it chews up that capacity starts to put some real challenges around some of these critical assets that have quite a significant lead time for renewal. So yeah, we'll sort of jump through that briefly with some examples. These are projects that you're well aware of. They are in the current LTP, but a lot of what we did 2 years ago in the LTP proper was to smooth this investment. So it's something in the order of $250 million. We had a similar conversation to say around affordability and the right thing to do, driven by that infrastructure strategy. And the result of that is that a number of these projects were pushed out, and we continue to apply that let's sweat the asset scenario. But we've really, off the back of the Three Waters reform, with the question being asked, what should we be doing? It's really raised the profile and the question around a number of those key projects. So just in time also has a lead time. So when we're talking about a new water reservoir or a significant wastewater treatment plant upgrade, the planning and commitment of timing to build those assets in 3, 4, 5 years' time actually needs to be committed quite early in that process for design, planning, consenting. So we're at that point today around a number of these projects, Podes Road Reservoir being one of those, that there's been a long-term commitment, but the LTP currently has a lot of that investment staged out to around about the 2032. And what we've come back with new information gathered over the last 2 years, is to say if we are committing to this project, that funding needs to be applied in that sort of 5-year window, or we run the risk of continuing to, I suppose the analogy is we're driving around with the car on empty, that we've got a day's treated water storage, we've got capacity limits around the health of the river and the amount of water we can extract, and that project is that longer term solution to that aspect, coupled with the Levin Wastewater Treatment Plant, which really is at that point. 2 years ago it was identified as a need, the funding was pushed out, but we're at the point today to say, with the growth that we're seeing, the ad hoc and responsive reactive repairs that we've been facing in the last 2 years, it would be prudent now to commit to that stage investment into the wastewater treatment plant. So you'll see more of that when we start to get down to the numbers and the projects, along with the water treatment plant in Levin. So that's really around those factors of safety once again, that historically, we always had this constraint in 12, 24 hours supply. That's all good and well, but when you have a fire or you have a water pipe burst, it's those treatment plant operators that are sitting up there losing sleep at night, thinking, how are we going to keep the water on? So a lot of these decisions come down to what expectation and level of service and risk that we're actually comfortable in accommodating, and it's that growth that is starting to chew into that capacity and driving some of these decisions and projects that are being put forward. So just to really reiterate, there is a $250 million investment in the current LTP, which has been smoothed. And a lot of those projects do exist, and they're currently in there. And so through I'm not expecting you to be able to see this, but what we did in the LTP is we took all of these projects that needed to be built and we shuffled a lot of them out into this window here, sort of towards the end of this decade and into the early 2030s. And when Three Waters Reform come along to ask us what needs to be done, we responded by saying there's $110 million needed in the next decade investment into that Three Waters space, and that's right across the board in the Two Waters, but also into the stormwater responsiveness, given the events that we've had over the summer period. So we're signalling a plan to invest now for Three Waters in the transition. We've now turned our heads to say, well, what does that actually mean for rates affordability? And you'll see some slides shortly that reflect that $110 million investment and what that means for our debt limits. But we've already started work at an officer level and a technical level to look at how we could smooth some of those impacts and trade-offs. And we've got a fairly extensive list of projects that we're taking a three-pronged approach to say, could we stage some of these further? So could we push some of this investment out? Should we signal now that there's a likely cost escalation that we expect? And draw similar lines to what's happened with the O2L project, that it started around that 617 to $800 million. It went through a process to 1.2 to 1.5 in a short period of time. And a lot of that is driven by certainty in the design process. So a number of our projects are going to face similar challenges, that as we get further along the design process, those cost escalations that we get hit with, the level of certainty, we'll start to push some of those prices up. So understanding the risk appetite to signal a full and conclusive cost with a high level of contingency versus trying to scale that back to say what can we actually afford to put into our LTP, and how do we then come back and make some future decisions around trade-offs to invest in those projects. So we're doing some of that thinking, and we'll share that in more detail on the 14th. But we're also starting to look at what we could do around the trade-offs. Could we push the water treatment plant investment out 6-8 years if we were to stem the flow of water and use of our precious resources at the other end? So that's in terms of fixing leaks in private property, because a lot of our wastewater and water challenges are actually around what happens in the private space. So we've got a really good renewals program in place for our wastewater projects, and we've been fixing our I&I issues, but we could do everything within our road reserve, but we turn around and look over the private fence and there's a 6-year-old clay tile pipe that as soon as it rains is leaching water into our wastewater system. It gets really hard to challenge. But in the water space, we do have a mechanism to identify those through water metering, and that's something that certainly we're putting up for consideration as part of this process, which would allow us to trade off some of those financial burdens in the shorter term. That was really all I wanted to cover, because I'm just conscious there's a lot of information, but the key message is these projects are in the LTP. There's been some adjustment for escalation. There's been some adjustment for understanding of further information, and we're now going through a process to try and turn that $110 million signal increase, which is currently, as of today, sitting around 69, which is made up of a number of reductions in staging the scope, but also starting to really scrutinise our rats and mice type investment, as I call it, where we put, we signal investment every year over a period of 20 years for renewals. There will be an option brought forward where we can actually go to more of a business case approach to say when a particular project is identified in that 3-year LTP cycle, we will actually signal the investment and we can make that trade-off discussion. So it doesn't necessarily have that big block of longer term renewal funding, but it does allow us to make some of those types of decisions. So happy to take any questions at that point, but we are going to come back on the 14th with a summary of where we've got to, because it is a work in progress, and these are other aspects that Jacinta will have to incorporate into that financial model, which we can talk about shortly.
Can I just get my head around? So this slide is the additional $100 million of spending, and so additional to the $250 million that's already inside the LTP. This is what you're proposing would be an addition to that 250. Is that right?
Yes, so and this is off the back of the three waters. So what should we do? We've said, well, the 250 needs to go to 360 in reality to factor in and fully plan for and deliver these projects, a lot of them starting from 2024, to say, well, let's get on and get that treatment plant replaced at the wastewater plant. Let's plan and deliver the Podes Road Reservoir. So that was I wouldn't say conservative, but really a pretty open and transparent, this is the situation and this is the investment required decision and projection we put across the three waters. We've scaled that back over the last 2 weeks to around about 70 million, and there is flexibility to do some more in that space, but we want to come back with some decisions around some of those trade-offs and investment in stormwater versus investment in wastewater. So we'll come back, and there's a couple of slides later, but we'll come back. So to answer your question, yes, that is in addition, but there's also a negative amount that we're working on. So if we think about the likes of our wastewater renewals, we are looking at some potential cuts in that space. So it's down to that level of service. So it's trying to find that fine balance that if we upgrade a treatment plant with capacity to cater for additional infiltration, we could in theory scale back some of our renewals, but knowing that we'll have to catch up at some point. So there's those types of trade-off decisions, that there's some pluses and minuses that we want to come back with some more program type options that we'll summarise them on the 14th. Yeah, there's a couple of slides later, and we could signal some of those. But if we're talking about getting to around that $50 million mark, and if you look at some of those big ticket items, there's not a lot of scope to move those around, and not a lot of trade-off discussions there, unless we start to really dive into that $250 baseline existing LTP, which is focused around those levels of service and other elements, which is part of the strategy to manage that versus debt funding.
So our current long-term plan obviously reflects a $250 million investment. What you can see up on the screen at a really high level is if we're to hand over the delivery of Three Waters to a new entity, and if we take the principle of if council's no longer responsible and we live in an unconstrained funding environment, we're saying council, what's actually got to be spent is $360 million in order for us to deliver what A, that infrastructure requires, and B, for us to continue with growth. But what you're going to see a little bit later is some options around, well, there's obviously a reason why 3 years ago we didn't put the $360 million number in, right? And you're going to see really soon the impact of that additional 110 million. And so we're going to have to explore some options around, well, what do you want to sit in the long-term plan amendment, which is then our investment pipeline that goes to the National Transition Unit that says this is what our community needs in order for us to deliver on the infrastructure outcomes that growth is driving. And so you'll see some options around, well, what does it look like if we get that 110 million down? But obviously what comes with that is risk.
And what's the risk of us doing that in terms of the transition to Three Waters? We've already given them figures for what we had in the pipeline, and if we increase that by 40% or whatever it is that not going to send a signal to them, or the wrong signal to them, and that pipeline of investment won't be guaranteed?
So I'd like Daniel to speak about some of the conversations we're having with the National Transition Unit, but we've been really upfront and honest with them that if they take our LTP right now and only deliver that LTP for our community, then we've got some significant challenges. And so they know that we're doing an LTP amendment, and that one of the drivers around the LTP amendment is that we're not confident that if you pick up our infrastructure strategy or pick up our Three Waters asset management plan, that we've in particular catered for live-in. Do you want to talk about that, Daniel?
Yeah, so that we've been open and no surprises with the NTU to say historically we have sweated the asset. Just in terms of the numbers, which you won't be able to see, but the blue lines make up the LTP. So that's that $250 million investment. The skyscrapers, as I call it, and that's what we're talking with the NTU, is to say these are the things that, in an expert view, they need to be done. And there's a lot of evidence that we're gathering around that we know we're reaching that capacity. We haven't been able to front those, so we have carried some risk. So in order to say blue skies, which is their request to say what should you be doing, the response is that we should be spending from 2024 a significant amount in that, particularly focused around Levin in that treatment and water capacity space and wastewater treatment, because those plants are reaching the end of their lives. We're facing issues on a regular basis and challenges around resilience and treatment as such. So the work that we have done since then is to say, could we go through that smoothing process once more? And those are the green lines you can see here. And I've called that the estimates and staging, where what we've said to NTU is it's likely that this project is going to cost $60 million, as an example. And what we're now doing some thinking is around is to say, well, we don't have accurate certainty around that. We're only in pre-consenting design. So we can remove the contingencies for LTP and say, well, actually at the moment, best estimate is, if you're conservative, it could be 60. If you're not, it could be 40. So we are looking to go through that approach. And that's something that we might want to make sure that there's a real awareness around that some of these projects, as we get more certainty, the value will likely go up. With, if we think about what's happened with material supplies over the last 2 years, 60% increases in the supply cost for PE type pipes, doubling of concrete pipes, the fuel increases. None of those generally go in reverse, and they're generally at higher levels than the the normal escalation rates that are applied through the LTP. So there's a risk around that we continue to face, and it's what we've faced in the past from those decisions around that smoothing. So that's for NTU, we're not looking to move significantly from that 110. So we're almost running two different scenarios here, and then we are calling them scenarios because the one for LTP is to try and meet those affordability limits versus the one for NTU, which is saying what should we be doing.
Are we better then to not try and smooth things out, but to actually prioritise those critical infrastructure treatment plants? Say, all right, let's do the wastewater treatment plant. Let's do it properly, rather than smooth it out over 10 years. Okay, that's the critical one, say, and let's do that properly first, and then, all right, the treatment plant, the water treatment plant, we can sort of smooth, push out a couple of years or more, rather than smooth the whole lot out. Why not do the properly, but in stage?
Yeah, that's the recommendation that will be coming back as a work package, and along with a couple of trade-off decisions, because we've spent the last 10 minutes talking about water and wastewater, after coming out of the back of a really wet winter where we're committed to saying let's fix some of these stormwater issues, and we're repeating that cycle around the fact that these projects have been historically smooth. They're now shown as a significant chunk of investment over the next 5 years, and there are some ways to optimise that particularly around the water supply where we could push those out. But the wastewater treatment plant is a fairly non-negotiable in that let's get it right. Let's have that resilience. We can't afford a failure in that space, and it's certainly quite challenging. So on that though, you'll see a little bit more from Jacinta shortly around what that actually means for our debt limits and why we are looking at an alternative scenario, because simply the NTU or the Blue Skies one just really isn't affordable right now. So that's probably.
Yeah, similarly, the prioritising is a good point, Maud. And while that 110 it's clearly, well, based on your explanation, justified, there is, and so the number doesn't really scare me, but I'm thinking if that's what we need, you know, you talked, I think, Caro, about expectations, and then there's the whole levels of service. And if we go back some years, there's a part of the community, and I say part, that had an expectation that that wastewater treatment plant would be moved. Okay, and there was even a court case over it. So if that was now what we might think, oh, that was just a want rather than a need, but it was, we had a story about that, and so we showed this transition authority that actually this is what we wanted, but actually this is what we need, and the 110 doesn't look so bad after all, because the cost to move it, what would that be? A lot more. And then doubling on your comments around stormwater and how addressing some of that will alleviate the wastewater treatment plant, because we've, in heavy rainfalls, and we know that those events are going to be increasing in the years to come, and people really kind of scream at that point when they're getting flooded. That money that's been held for the lake when it comes to stormwater, and whether we're going to treat that before it goes in or divert it, create a wetland, whatever, none of those options have been explored to any depth as far as I know. So and I've got no idea, but I'm just posing it as a thought, if that current wastewater treatment plant was the receiver of the stormwater, and your wastewater treatment plant went somewhere else, or it was big enough to handle both, then what? I'm just asking.
I expect it would be a question that would be asked through that design process around the location, and there's been historic conversations about East Levin or somewhere else. What I would endeavour to do is come back with some higher order consequence and implications of that. The practicality of having a pumped system and the risks around that. If gravity obviously it flows to the plant, so to take it to another location is effectively coming up with an entire pumped network for the living community, and the risk of failure around that would require would have a pretty significant impact as well. So I'm not to say it would be discounted off the bat. We're happy to come back with some.
I'm not saying that's my preference.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what if, or
Yeah.
could it be? What is the cost of that? And because if we were to tell, which effectively is really the new entity or this transition unit, this truly is what a part of our community wanted for many years and haven't got. So actually, if we price that, you'll see that this, what we're really leaning towards, maybe is. Well, I'm just saying, it's a good story. It's a real story.
Yep.
And then, and about the stormwater too. Why it's important? We all know it's important to treat, because everything that goes in the gutter goes into the lake. There's no other place for it. There was an event, and it was raised by constituents to me on Oxford Street. Might have been couple of months ago, where some abattoir waste ended up at the intersection of Oxford and Queen, a big mess, and it just got washed down the drain. And then where does that go? And then there's when they were hosing out here with the part of that demolition, fire, it goes in the drain and in the lake. So there's a mixture of stuff, not just washing your car and it goes down the drain and in the lake, but there's some of that more nasty stuff from time to time.
Yes, I just want to probably respond to both those questions. That the stormwater, there is funding put into the Three Waters transition process for looking at wetland treatment of live-in stormwater, and there's also a parallel consenting process that we're going through currently. The idea that we're trying to put forward is to get that all spatially on a plan, to say we can understand what happens with the Hokea catchment. It's going to go into the Arafura wetland. There's the Mukamuka Road and the Queen Street, which could, in theory, transition into an area that's actually owned by the freshwater, purchased through the Jobs for Nature Freshwater Improvement Fund. So there's potential for that land, alongside council-owned land, to be retired into wetlands to treat that stormwater. But the stage that we're at is they're all concepts, so there is funding set aside in council's current funds. There's a lot of good work happening in a lot of different places, but we need to bring that all together and actually consolidate views on behalf of our community and iwi partners to say to NTU, this is what the lake surround should look like in 10 years' time. So we can start that process, and we are looking certainly in the new year to ramp up those efforts to bring together all the good pieces of work that are happening with Horizons, with the Lake Trust, with the Murupoko around freshwater improvement funding, to bring that all together into one place. So there is a plan that's emerging there around the stormwater. And then the second one is around the opportunity with the Three Waters transition, is that we get another bite in March to go back to say, we told you at a concept level it was 110. These were the projects that we blue skied back in November of 2022. We now have more certainty around some of those, but we also have the opportunity to introduce other projects. So we could commit to doing some due diligence around that concept of relocating the plant and introduce that to the conversation. But ultimately, that decision, given the time frame, would likely sit with the new entity, but some advocacy for that potentially. And then the other one is that back in June, the current program, the Three Waters will be back to negotiate what that next 10 years looks like for capital delivery and what funding is handed back across to council to cover the debt and the like. So it is really going to come to a bit of a head in the next 9 months in that space, but there is an opportunity that we could introduce that further request.
So I think what I'm hearing from you, Councillor Tokapoa, is how do we make sure that in that investment plan that might go to the NTO, currently we've kind of put something that reflects an unconstrained financial environment. I think what I'm hearing from you is let's not lose the potential community aspirations that might have in the past been kind of knocked down, that we might have just kind of moved on from because we operate often in a status quo environment. So I think that's some conversations that we can have with Paul and Albert, who are supporting Dan through this work.
What I might find useful when looking at particularly the top 10 variances is the average lifespan of each of these implications, so that I can understand that if we choose to invest $22 million in the Levin water treatment plant, what is the life of that? Because most of this suggests to me that this is intergenerational spend, that when I think about I'm going to fund my full bedroom home, I put that loan out over 30 years and know it's going to take me 30 years to pay it off. So for me, it would be where's the spend? What's the lifespan of this spend or investment? And I'm sure that there'll be stuff in there that's 50 years as opposed to we'll be sitting around the table again in 20 years talking about it.
50 to 100, which does raise a question around how we do fund those long-term assets.
Okay, thanks. So now what we'll do is we'll step into the financial strategy side of things. So we've talked about service levels, we've talked about infrastructure investment, and in terms of the role of the infrastructure strategy and the financial strategy together are to have a conversation about levers and parameters, really, in terms of we've got different things that we can do in the space of the financial strategy. For example, where are we comfortable in terms of our use of debt and where we want our limits to be? Where are we comfortable in terms of the level of rates and the level of fees? What does our operational spending look like, both in terms of direct costs for operating everything that we do in the district, but also in terms of depreciation and the impacts that capital spending has on our operational spending from that perspective, and around our capital spending and what levels we have. So all those things together, you can't change one without impacting the other one. So Daniel's talked through the capital investment in terms of the 110 million and what that does and what we need to do in terms of that space to make sure from a service level we're delivering well the infrastructure we need for the community. What that does on the other side of things then is impact the level of borrowings that we have, the level of rates and the level of operation spending that we have. So as we work through the presentation today, you'll continue to see lots of conversations about envelopes and levers and which ones you're comfortable pulling or setting to guide us through the conversations that we need to make over the next couple of months. So currently, the financial strategy that we set as part of the last long-term plan is emphasised that we need to make sure, as I talked about earlier, a balance between making sure that we've got affordable rates for the community, the conversation about equity and what that means for you all in terms of the sharing of rates across the district, trying where we can to minimise the council's debt. But in saying we want to minimise the council's debt, it's also being conscious, like Councillor Grimstone mentioned before, that some of our assets are for 50 to 100 years and so do require our debt to increase for a period of time so that over the life of those assets that they can be, the cost sharing of that can be recovered over a period of their life through depreciation. So we've got to also be conscious that debt is not a bad thing. It's just about making sure that it's at a reasonable level over the period of life of the assets. And that's a key reason why in the infrastructure strategy and in the financial strategy, why we have them over a long period of time. And particularly for this council in the debt space, and we'll talk about that, we have a 20-year view of the debt through the financial strategy. And that is a big reason for that is because we haven't necessarily funded all of our depreciation in the past, which has caused our debt to be higher, and I've got a picture for you of that. And also because we're needing to make some significant investment in our infrastructure assets to make sure that we're well prepared for the future. So we would expect it to be higher. It's just about making sure that it's not too high, that we can't manage it reasonably in the short term as well. So of course that means making sure that we're making the best decisions we can in terms of the optimal level of capital spending that's reasonable for us to sign off, for you all to sign off on behalf of the community. So some key things that our current strategy says and that we're committed to as part of the last long-term plan, that will be a conversation that you've got a chance to change or to tweak as you want to in terms of the decisions that you make through this long-term plan amendment. Is as part of the last long-term plan, there was a decision made that the council wanted to make sure that it was balancing its budget so that people that were using assets today paid their share of that asset's use over that life. By year 5 in the last long-term plan is when we got to a point where we were fully recovering that period. So that meant that rates needed to increase so that debt could come down. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we work through the presentation. As part of that, that was making sure that we're paying either through fees or through rates for the operational expenses and trying to limit using debt to fund everyday costs. And that leads then to making sure that we had a balanced budget. As part of it, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, what I mentioned before is significantly increasing the level of rates funding to help us catch up for years when we haven't fully funded our renewals. So what we did through the last long-term plan is we not only caught up to being fully balanced by year 5 in terms of people paying their share, but we effectively recovered more each year in rates so that the debt could come down, so that we had capacity in our borrowings for future years. So I'll show you some pictures of that as we work forward and you can ask some questions. As well in the debt space, because we were making significant investment in terms of growth, was a key driver, and for some of that upgrade spending is that the debt limit was raised from 195 to 225% of operating income. So that decision was made as part of the last long-term plan. And as I show you the debt graphs, you'll be able to see we have our council debt limit that's approved as part of the financial strategy. We also have a limit, as we talked about in our briefing or some of our induction. We have a limit that's imposed on us by our lenders, which are the local government funding agency. So they impose a limit on us as part of allowing us to borrow with them. So just to introduce again the concept of envelopes, I know one of the issues with the last council was raised a number of times is people didn't feel like they had the opportunity to talk about what envelopes or levers they were comfortable with. What level of capital spending are you comfortable with? What level of rates are you comfortable with? What level of fees? What level of operational spending? What level of funding of depreciation? What level of operating expenses? All those different things are part of the conversation about envelopes that we hope by the end of the session today, we've got some sense from you on where your comfort levels sit in that space. What that will do is allow us, so we talked about the fact that this is a first budget for us. As I work through the results, it's probably a version 4 or version 5. Version 1 was definitely not pretty. Version 1 was one where you go home thinking you must have done something wrong with the calculations. But for the one that we've got to today is one that we are comfortable enough to present to you that reflects everything that ideally we would like to invest. And we haven't done a lot of trimming at this stage beyond where we were realizing that was probably a little bit larger than it needed to be. So have a think as we're working through the presentation about the different areas of spending, debt limits, rates limits that you're comfortable with. And what we'll be doing at the end of the presentation and throughout it as well is just stopping and testing that with you so that we've got an idea of where you sit before we leave today. What that will do is help us for the next workshop, which is next week, to come back with further options for you to talk about. For example, Daniel mentioned before going from 110 to 69 in terms of the capital program and what that looks like. There'll be other options that we'll give you an indication of today around the operational spending, some ideas we've got, but also if we know where the envelope sits for where you're comfortable going up with the rates increase, then that will lead us to come back with different options for you for the next couple of workshops. Because if your appetite is, say, at 5%, then there'll be some service level conversations that we'll need to come back to you to allow us to present some options to you that would get to a 5% rates increase. So that's just to highlight what I mean by the words envelope there.
Jacinta, can I just ask about depreciation? And my impression is that the Three Waters reforms probably present us with the best opportunity we've ever had to think about a fundamental change in the way we look at and do depreciation. And we've had lots of discussions in the previous term about depreciation. What's involved in that? I guess that first principles discussion, and in terms of this piece of work, like is it? Are we too late, or is it a problem if we introduce that as if there was appetite around this table to actually think really hard about our approach to depreciation for, let's say, non-Three Waters assets? How, does that introduce a whole bunch of extra work? What does it involve in actually introducing it into this conversation?
It is already in this conversation. So you'll see as we work through, you'll be able to see options around that, both in the operational spending for Three Waters, and also when we work through, for example, the borrowings picture, the rates picture, and the water rates, borrowings particularly, you will see both what the picture for this council looks like, including and excluding water, so you can get an indication of when you're making decisions what it looks like with and without. Also around the funding of depreciation and the funding of, for example, additional inflationary costs in the water space, additional depreciation costs in the water space. We do have some options throughout this presentation that you could give us a steer on in terms of whether there's comfort levels or a desire to want to for example, fund less in the water space. Absolutely, if that's what you're meaning in terms of that conversation, there are definitely options within the presentation that we can talk about, and we would expect you to want to have those conversations and for us to come back to you with options as part of the next few workshops. So absolutely, whatever thoughts you've got, I think as we work through the information, then we can stop when we get to probably the next envelope conversation, and you can sort of maybe have list out the ones that are on your mind. Yeah.
And if there are additional options, probably all I would signal is that we might give you some advice around if you're looking for an option that, given the freedom that Three Waters reform gives to our balance sheet, what does that potentially mean around options for depreciation? Maybe some trade-offs about, well, what would be in this LTP amendment versus what you might save for a 2024 LTP, the proper LTP.
So firstly, I'll just give you a view of what the capital spending program looks like. We're not going to go into detail on that today. That will come as Daniel's talked about it a little bit through his presentation at a high level, and we would look to give it at an activity level in more detail at the next workshop. But what we wanted to do today, if you look at this, just gives you a view in the blue, is the level of capital spending that was planned as part of the last long-term plan. The grey bars give you a view of what the current modelling is showing in terms of the capital spending that's required for this LTP amendment. That is principally driven by the extra 110 million that's built into the capital spending at this stage. And you can see that if you look here, the grey again is the LTP amendment. The grey line is where the LTP numbers were for Three Waters. You can see now the difference between the grey bar and the grey line is effectively the increase in Three Waters capital spending for each between the LTP and LTP amendment and the last LTP. So our capital is significantly increasing, and that's predominantly because of the difference between what was in the LTP for Three Waters and what's now proposed in the LTP amendment. In terms of the other capital areas, they haven't significantly changed other than some inflationary changes, and that's primarily because this long-term plan amendment is not about making changes to the next 20 years for other areas other than the Three Waters. And as you work through the conversation about the landfill, there may be some further changes in the capital space around remediation that might need to go into this picture, but they're not built in at this stage.
So can I'm just trying to get my head around this. And so the reason this is so lumpy, right? So looking at 25, 26, 27, is because essentially what we're saying is you're wanting to bring forward big, chunky, expensive projects sooner. So, like, in that 2025 column, like, it's basically big ticket items like treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant. And so you're basically just front-ending, these projects are moving forward, but there's some big commitments that are going to be entered. The capital program now involves signing up to big ticket items over a shorter period of time rather than how we had it before, which was sort of, as you say, smoothed over a longer period, right? Is that
correct? And these are projects that need to start planning now in terms of if we're planning a large treatment plant upgrade in the order of $50 million, that's sort of national interest, and it's going to attract contractors and skill sets from outside the region, and also, a lot of investment now into the procurement approach, design, build, and the like. So those, in isolation, wouldn't create that big, lumpy bow wave, as you'd call it. But it's the fact that you've got the wastewater treatment plant, the water treatment plant, the Podes Road reservoir in concept, and the theory would be you'd move those back, invest now, to create that headspace. And the other things is that we've overlaid additional investment in stormwater. So there's all these little things that have compounded in addition to those three quite significant projects, and addressing some of our challenges around the likes of Foxton Wastewater and a couple of other sites. So it's just effectively bringing a lot of that was just sitting out here, bringing it forward, but also signalling that the costs are likely to go up from where they sat 2 years ago in the LTP. So in terms of a $70 million increase on a $250 million program, percentage-wise, it's actually not that significant given the increases we've seen in recent times. So it's fairly conservative.
Yeah, so some of these numbers back on that slide in terms of the top 10 variances, it's not because there's actually been a fundamental change in the scope of the project, it's actually the cost escalation is what you're saying, right? Because we're operating on say take a wastewater treatment plant upgrade, we're working on I presume we're working on a date, this needs to be completed by then to manage X risk and to meet projected capacity requirements, all that kind of stuff, or there's lifetime, we've got information about how long things are going to last. And then we're working back from that saying, okay, well, this is the project timeline. We know that actually we need to start doing consenting and stuff like that in the design ASAP in order to make that end date. But actually, fundamentally, the design of the project hasn't really shifted from what was in the previous LTP. Is that?
Well, it's the staged approach that we don't have a detailed design. Like the point we're at now is a concept with the likes of the treatment plant. It's a master plan to say these are the components you would require to build a plant to this level of standard. So to a certain similar size plant, what are the options? There's about 3 different options. This would be the recommendation, but you kind of got to step that through the next stage of the design to get certainty of cost. And without a detailed engineering design and cost estimation, the historic approach from council has been to say, well, let's not put it in there until we're quite certain. So we're sweating the asset, but we're also not overcooking our estimates. And I don't want to use, there's probably some recent examples where we've had some surprises in some of those estimates. And, there's probably around the Foxton pool is one where the costs have, significantly exceeded where those original estimates are. Even the fact that our bow wave is quite big now, and then 10 years' time you see it peter off, the likelihood of in 10 years' time, whether it's council or the NTU, investing this small block of money, as we get more information, as these issues arise, we get more certainty, cost escalations, the estimates and the costs generally go up. They don't generally decrease. So that's that cycle that we're in.
Monique, you'd probably answer this better than it, but I would imagine most councils around the country are doing exactly what we're doing now, about front-loading all their major investments required for infrastructure. My concern is that the country's capacity to be able to actually produce and do this stuff is not there, and that we're not going to be able to do what we want to do even in the next 5 years, let alone those 3 years. What risk is it that we are sort of putting ourselves up for almost, sort of some financial pressures for stuff that's not necessarily going to happen?
My observation would be that most councils thought strategically about Three Waters reform as part of the 2021 long-term plan. And so there are very few councils in the position that we're in. Most of them did it a couple of years ago. In terms of the very real kind of what we would call an infrastructure deficit, so that idea of we either don't have enough money or enough people or enough time to do all the work that is needed, that's really real across New Zealand. And that's why when you'll see a little bit later some of the options around, well, we're telling you what unconstrained might look like, 110, but let's be realistic here, because we're also going to ask you for your advice or view on the capital program envelope, because that's been the subject of many conversations around this table since I've been here around council thinks it can deliver this, but it only delivers this. And it's just that we're in a challenging place where there's this tension between what do we need to do, what can we do, what do we want to do, and how much money do we have to do all of those things. And if it's not us doing it, and it's the National Transition Unit, how do we make sure we haven't waved goodbye the hopes and dreams of this community, which is like where the growth is real and we have capacity issues. So it's that there's tension. I accept that.
Sorry, I'm going to be I'm being really dense. So I think I'm missing something here, but because I guess I just want to understand the process that you've been through in the background, because I look at these slides and I look at, say, I'm going to take the example, Levin Wastewater Treatment Plant Strategic Upgrade. So in the current LTP, we allocated $25 million over the 20-year period to do that project. And now, in the latest slide, it's saying we need an additional $21,572,000. How have we come to that number? I guess is what I want to understand. Is so how do we know, because we haven't done the design work or we haven't done the scoping of what the project actually looks like, how do we know that we need that extra amount of money? Because obviously there's a cost escalation. We probably had some rough figures, but that's what I'm missing is like kind of how do we arrive at these figures to know that what's in the, because we didn't have. I think the other thing is that when we put them in the LTP, they were general pots of money, or they were just sort of placeholders, so we didn't actually have a concept necessarily that we were costing. So have we done more work on that?
Yes, on that one and a number of others. And a lot of those are at a component type level to say, well, for a treatment plant of this size, you need these different pieces. These are the general market. So we've got it, and that's what we call the master plan level. And so with the wastewater plant, there's a reasonable level of certainty that's going to be minimum cost. We're not expecting there's not a lot of efficiency in there. So we have scaled some of this back to say with the current level of certainty, we need to do the detailed design, but it's not what's in the LTP is not enough. And so that's the signal that we've sent to NTU. Similar with the likes of the Podes Road Reservoir, that in 2 years the land's been purchased. We've taken it through a concept design. A lot of the experts have assessed requirements of seismic. We know where the pumps would go, and so we've got a lot of detail around that. And there was also assumptions around the revenue from a quarry activity. And what we're signalling is that those are we're potentially signaled a higher revenue than we probably expected. So we're facing the facts around that to say, well, actually, this will be the minimum true cost, and that's what you'll see in that $70 million arrangement. The 110 has a little bit more. This is the likely cost scenario. So we're going through a stage to say, we think it would cost this. Let's be real here with NTU. But now we're going through that phase again to really try and scrutinise and optimise. The wastewater plant is one that we're really struggling to trim much out of that. But the water treatment is an area where we could do some optimising staging, where we just simply build we fix a couple of filters and we build a treated storage tank, and that would give us that resilience for the next 10 years. If we were to turn the taps down a little with some metering, we'd be able to control that. So that's the sort of optimised approach that we're bringing, and there is detail at varying levels across that program. Particularly around renewals is another aspect where we've got certainty over the next 2 to 3 years, but anything outside that it's much more uncertain. So that's where it's just really a block of funding that's allocated to a likely need. So yes, it does vary across the board.
I think that's a really fair question, Councillor Jennings, and next week obviously we've got an additional workshop where we'll go a little bit deeper into the Three Waters Asset Management Plan, and hopefully Paul and Albert, who have been doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, maybe can come and answer some of those nitty-gritty questions about what's driven it. But I'm also really conscious that this is part of the story with our community, because we're not, like, there's a few things in here where it's new or different, but actually a lot of it is the same. We're just saying we need more money for it. And so what did we get wrong? That is what our community is going to want to understand. Like, what did we miss out of the 21 LTP budget? What's changed? And if growth is our story, well, we knew that growth in 2021. So, that's part of Lisa's job, to help us articulate that. Well, what have we found? What now do we understand about our assets that we didn't understand in 21? Or what conversations have we had in the last 6 months that we didn't have 3 years ago that puts us in a different place?
Could we also have a little bit of, just under Monique, around, if the Three Waters does go through, what does this then look like in terms of the debt limits and the LTP funding and whatnot? Because is that coming? Is it? You got it there, right? Okay.
It's a good time to move on to the next one. This picture gives you a view of what the green. Talk a lot about colours today. Is anyone colourblind in the room? Actually, I should check that. No, okay. So the green bars are what the current amendment looks like in terms of capital spending, and the blue is what our borrowings look like as part of our last long-term plan. So if you look, the LGFA limit for us now in terms of the revised picture, you can see straight away that in terms of a picture for us, progressing forward with a $110 million capital program, addition to the capital program, would mean that effectively in years 4, 5, and 6, and 7, we would be breaching the LGFA borrowings limit. So we can tell right away from that perspective that it wouldn't be an advisable approach from a credit rating perspective to go forward with a program. But it's good to start when we talk about it at a starting position. It does though give you a view that if we did everything in line with exactly when we wanted to do it and the value that we wanted to do it with, this is what that picture looks like. The green dotted line gives you a view of, based on the amendment, what is based on council's 225% borrowings limit. That is where that sits. So this is effectively, from a strategy perspective, where this council is set is a reasonable level for the debt to remain underneath. So at this stage, you can see for the last long-term plan, in terms of the blue picture, we did well. It was a squeak in these next couple of years. There were a lot of conversations that were had with the last council to change the timing of when projects occurred to make sure that it could fall below the 225% borrowings limit for 2024 and 2025. What that did, however, is push out some of the projects that ideally we're back to having a conversation about today. In terms of some of the thinking at that point in time is that potentially we could have moved out some of that treatment and potentially some of the timing I know moved to areas where it might not have been optimal if we were with the benefit of hindsight now. So those are, in terms of trade-offs and conversations about what we can do in this space, this at least gives you a full picture of where that sits today and where it sits relative to the last long-term plan. What we'll do now is move into a picture to give you a view that without Three Waters, we're in a pretty good position. From the council, and when I always say that and I realize how it sounds politically, but from a borrowings perspective only, we have significant capacity within our borrowings without Three Waters in the picture. So that gives you a view of the fact that Three Waters actually, because of the investment that's needed for in the particularly at this stage of where the infrastructure is at, with significant investment needed in a major treatment, water treatment and wastewater treatment, you would expect that to hike the borrowings beyond where the limits might be in that short term because we haven't funded all of our depreciation in the past, means that we haven't got the borrowings capacity that we now need in our system to spend that money without breaching our limits. So that's sort of the decisions of the past starting to impact us, and I'll show you a picture of what that looks like before. If we had fully funded depreciation previously, we would have had that capacity in the borrowings now in the water space to make those decisions and still be under the limits. But because those decisions weren't made in the past, that's impacting, rightly or wrongly. It's more about impact rather than it being right or wrong. But what the impact that has is that when we do go to invest in renewing major infrastructure, is that we don't have the capacity that we need. And that is something that's facing a huge number of councils across New Zealand at the moment. When those big, and that's a key reason why ideally, if you were to do a previous council, we prepared actually 100. We're not probably at the level of specificity in terms of the data that we have here yet, but is a 100-year picture both for borrowings and infrastructure investment. So you can get a sense of at any point in time, your borrowings are going to move up and down given the investments that you're needing to make in key big infrastructure. But as long as in the longer term you're keeping within your limits, you're okay. So does anyone have any questions about this picture at this stage before I move on? You'll get a bit more of a picture to round out the picture of how borrowings is looking. But excluding the waters from an investment perspective, if tomorrow Three Waters was to leave, then from a borrowings perspective, this council could have some decisions to make about increasing its level of investment in community infrastructure and other infrastructure that is not Three Waters without breaching its borrowings limits.
Well, my question would be, Jacinda, what would be the impact of us lifting our borrowing limit percentage to closer to that 250%, especially if debt is going to go? Why don't we front load some of that and do, really push it?
In terms of options and levers, I would say, Palmerston North, for example, in their last long-term plan, they went out with a long-term plan that breached their borrowing limits to make sure that they could include that wastewater treatment facility in there. So there are some conversations that we could have about, from a strategy perspective, about limit. My advice would be probably to consider setting limits, including and excluding water. So maybe not increasing the limits for non-water borrowings, but for water borrowings, there is an option for you to make a decision about potentially moving a little bit around to keep the infrastructure in an area where you want it to be, or to agree to operate outside of those limits for a period of years. So you have a couple of options in that space. But in terms of, I guess, the LGFA, you definitely wouldn't want to be going beyond there. So if you were to in the water space only, you'd be wanting to set it in a level that's somewhere below here. From a risk perspective as well, it's always a good idea to make sure with weather events and with insurance that we've got some capacity for the unforeseen as well within those limits.
Yeah, Doug used to call that the buffer. But with regard to the LGFA, there's no indication that that line would drop since you just don't have the Three Water assets no more. No signals there. Okay, and
I'll note on that. So I can add an extra line to the next one. It's probably important too, is it drops relative to your income. So for this, if I was to draw the LGFA line on this graph, it would be a lot lower because it's just set relative to the level of income. So because this is at a lower level, for example, in here, the council's 225 limit is set on 225% of all of our income, but not including any of the water income. So it's
it
moves relatively. Yeah.
I had one other question regarding the previous graph. Yeah. So that 110 you indicate there goes above the red line, which is obviously not the way to go. But you mentioned like I guess decisions not to fund depreciation. Though of say that 110 list, not all of them are just straight replacements. I mean that strategic piece is more about growth and forecasting. That's not to do with just replacing like for like. So some of that wouldn't be included.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It wouldn't be. So in terms of having the room and the borrowings, you're right from that perspective. Only some of it would be for renewal of what we've got. Yeah. But in terms of just a general view, if you look at the blue ones, if you go from 2008 and move towards the peak where we effectively have made the decision to fully fund depreciation, our borrowings gets up to beyond $70 million. That if we had fully funded depreciation, our borrowings at this stage would be $70 million lower. So when I talk about the fact that we're starting to breach those limits, is those decisions of the past where incrementally we haven't recovered the cost of depreciation through rates, means that we forgot the opportunity to repay that borrowing was forgone, and therefore it just accumulates in terms of.
But Jacinta, can you go back to the slide before? I think slide 7, which is no, it's that one. But what that shows is that through LTP proper, we can have the conversation about approach to depreciation, because at the moment we've got our ratepayer pays for interest costs, principal and borrowings, and then they're forward funding future assets, right? They're paying consumption tax, which is about ensuring that there is borrowing capacity so that when we replace Te Takari, so current ratepayers are essentially paying now to ensure that there is borrowing capacity to build the new library in future. But we could take the view that so what I'm saying is through the LTP proper, it's this that actually allows us to have the conversation around what should our approach to depreciation, or what could it be if we wanted to pull right back.
Yeah, and just clarifying, they pay for the cost of the use of the assets, so that's the depreciation, but they don't pay for the principal as well. So it's just the cost of it. So they're not paying for loan repayments as well as depreciation. Effectively, it's a proxy for it, really. Just interest in the operations and depreciation. In some cases, there's a couple of differences, though, in the areas like district plan, for example, where we fund the operations through debt, because it's assumed that the benefit of investing in district plan spending, for example, crosses a number of years, and then that's recovered over a period of 10 years. So that's a little bit different, but in general, that's how it works. But we will definitely be having more conversations around this one, and that's around, from this perspective, thinking about things like, what do we want our community facility strategy to be? What investment do we need to make in parks, libraries, aquatics, and other community assets over the next 30 years? What will that look like from a borrowings capacity? What is our depreciation funding coming to help our borrowings look like? When you incorporate all of that into the picture, does our rates look okay? Does our borrowings look okay? Does our capital spending look okay? Does our operational spending look okay? And does our fees and charges? And because effectively, if you're saying you want to pull a little bit off on that side, that's fine, as long as the borrowings picture taking into account that change still looks okay. Yeah.
Hey, just quickly, that so you take the three waters. This is probably a whole nother conversation. So you take the three water assets away as such. Does that then come off the balance sheet. So effectively, you can have 225%, say, your ratio, but if you take those assets away, would that then not create the need to bring that down?
Yeah, so proportionately it would come to, absolutely. So those the lines that you see there in terms of the new limits are lower relative to the lower levels of income. But in terms of, hopefully between now and the end of next week, we should have a picture in terms of the new bill. We're hoping that we'll get some indication of what the actual rules are in the borrowing space. We have yet to be given a really clear steer of the assumptions and guidance that will dictate what level of borrowings we will actually get back from government, whether that will be equal to the debt that we have on our books relative to Three Waters, or whether there'll be some other calculation that's applied. So just to note in that space that we haven't yet been given the clarity to know exactly what that will look like.
Jacinda, just in terms of the other second tranche of Three Waters funding as well, where's that taken into? Well, I know it's rather convoluted, isn't it? Because it's based on what the entities are going to be able to generate almost, and we're not guaranteed that yet, are we?
Given the political, everything that's going on at the moment, we haven't assumed that revenue in our plan, and we haven't assumed any additional capital spending either. So, if, for example, the council chose to fund some existing projects that we have in our plan with that funding, we would look better. But at this stage, we haven't built it in. Yeah. Okay, so. Does anyone need to stop for a minute? Are we okay to keep going? Okay.
What time's lunch due, Nick?
When we finish this presentation.
I think it says
about 12.
I think Landfill was due at 12, wasn't it? First.
15, I think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Keep going.
Okay.
It's working lunch.
So now what we'll do is we'll get into the operating spending rate space. So what I'll do is I'll give you a high level view of what's driving the rates increase, and then we'll step down into an activity level view where there is quite a bit of detail. I'll step through some quick explanations as to what they are. As we work through each one, if you've got questions, let me know. But there will be more detail coming in the next workshop, particularly in the organisation performance space. So in my space, we committed to doing zero-based budget. So we'll be giving you more detail on that at the next workshop. So this is mainly focused on the activity areas. So in terms of a rates increase, total rates increase at this stage, it's sitting at 18.9%. In the last long-term plan, that was 6.45, and the limit we set through the financial strategy was 6.5. Because, as Cara has mentioned, those rates, if we increase the size of the pie in terms of the number of ratepayers, we have more households to share those rates across. So at this stage, that can come off in terms of an average rates increase that an individual ratepayer would experience. In the last long-term plan, that was estimated to be 1.7%. That's now estimated to be 1.9%. That's only increasing because what we're seeing in practice is that when people are subdividing properties, the level of land value growth is more than we had thought. So that is driving that to be slightly higher. So we are sticking to around 200 properties at this stage in terms of the level of growth that we're expecting. When you look at that 18% and you go, gosh, how the heck did they get to that? Given we were only sitting at 6.3 in terms of the long-term plan. You can see if you look at things like insurance, depreciation, our utilities, which is our gas, electricity, and our interest, that is driving 8.2% of that 18.9. So there are some pretty scary costs that we're seeing in this space that we really can't control. And when I say we can't control, if we, for example, made decisions about not funding insurance on some of our assets, we could make decisions about that. And that's something over a longer period of time we might look to do for some assets, but we might look to change the level of capital spending that we have so we've got less depreciation. And we might decide to reduce capital, which means our interest costs might go down. So we've got some control, but given the budgets that we've got at the moment, 8.2 looks like a cost increase that's we just simply need to make.
Jacinta, is the interest number there, is that because we fiddled with the interest rate assumption in the previous LTP, and because previously there was quite a big buffer between what we're actually experiencing and the assumption rate that we put in there? Is that, and it's just that interest rates are just tracking way out of whack with that current significant forecasting assumption? Is that?
Yes, they are increasing significantly. I think the LGFA rates have almost doubled in terms of an assumption over the last sort of 12 months. Where we can bring that down, we will, but that effectively is just beginning borrowings that we're assuming. So we're assuming to be at 138 net by the end of this financial year. Beginning borrowings plus ending borrowings divided by 2. So that assumes the full capital program, though, at this stage. And some of the options that you'll see are, if we do make some changes in terms of what we think we're going to spend, then that will absolutely change that interest number. So that is one that will continue to change as we look at changing how much, if we change what's happening in the capital space. Yeah. In terms of, it's close to 4% in terms of what we've assumed. So we haven't gone, we've gone to our Treasury advisors and asked for the most realistic number that we can, given what's happening in the market. So we haven't gone crazy in terms of the interest assumption. We've been tried to be as realistic as we can. But if you look at that 8.2, and this probably links back to Councillor Jennings, one of your questions earlier, 4.5% of the increase relates to Three Waters. So in terms of where we're seeing those increases, the significant portion of it relates to is related to the water space. As well, in terms of depreciation, every time we revalue assets, they just keep going up. And so they keep going up, which means our depreciation goes up as well. So you could make decisions about not funding certain levels, but that then means you have less capacity in the borrowings for when those increased costs need to be spent later on. So just to flag that.
Do we care in the Three Waters space on a short-term view?
That's something in terms of options that you'll see coming through as potentials, yeah. So other areas, so fees and charges and other revenue, so that includes our grants and operational grants and everything in the fees and charges space, effectively have reduced by close to 600,000. Most of that is sitting in the regulatory space, and that relates to volumes expected to be reducing, given where we are in the economy at the moment. That's been partially offset by the fact that we have some increased funding for Three Waters and that's in terms of transition funding for our transition manager and some of those items. And also we have some funding coming in from Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, so that's just offsetting some of that increase. In terms of, so that's 1.2%. 2.2% is driven by, we've talked about it in terms of governance and partnerships. So particularly we have some funding for key partnerships, which historically, and that's mainly in the iwi space, we have so it's not an increase in costs, it's the fact that we've historically funded those through capital. through capital projects, but at this stage we're proposing it's more reasonable that they're included in operational funding at this stage.
Can I just clarify? So is that the value of commitments and partnership agreements? So that's not. It's reasonable to assume though that for specific projects there will still be an iwi component in terms of consultation, CIAs, that kind of stuff, that will be then capitalised as part of that particular project. So that's just a OPEX cost, recurring OPEX cost.
Correct. And just to emphasise, not new money, but budgeting for the commitments that have been made that have currently been unbudgeted.
Can I just ask, sorry, on that top line too, that the fees and charges, like essentially it's a shortfall, right, in revenue. So isn't the obvious answer to that we just revisit, because there's some fees and charges that we set annually anyway. So isn't I mean, presume that's an option, is that resetting the expectations and lifting up the fees and charges is a key way to offset that.
Yeah, and you'll see that come through in the option shortly. Yeah. In terms of legislative changes, so we're required to implement a software-based e-plan, so that makes things easier for the community. So that's planned to be implemented in the next year. That comes at a cost of approximately $75,000 from a licensing perspective. In terms of assumptions around staff wage increases, so this assumes no increase in terms of the 19.325 million in staff salaries that is part of this annual plan. There's no changes to that proposed other than the increase of 3% that's been assumed at this stage.
And just reminding councillors that as part of the annual plan, we committed to you might remember there was that additional 800k that we removed, and then we also committed to an additional 400k of savings. So that 1.2 that had sat in commitments but hadn't necessarily been budgeted for, and the direction was, Monique, go sort that out, find it. So obviously we've kept to our word and we've done that, and so we haven't added the 1.2 back in, we've held that savings line.
And also that 400k savings target, we found that through this budgeting process. So that hasn't come back as we found it this year, and we're popping it back in for next year. So that's been assumed to have been found across the business. We're still having some challenges finding it for this financial year, given where weather events are, but you'll hear about that through the first report to council in February in terms of forecasting. So as well, other Three Waters direct cost increases, so close to 1% in terms of additional Three Waters direct costs. That is around professional costs, contract costs, other costs associated with making sure that we're getting ready for transition. So that's just everything in the Three Waters space, other than depreciation, interest, insurance, and utilities, that is needing to increase in that space.
So why is that? Is that recoverable? And if it's not, why can't we put that on the debt book so that it's recoverable?
You may see
Don't
that
get
as
to our solutions, Councillor Jennings. But yes, it's an option for council to give direction on.
So you'll note on this one, there are a number of assumptions made as part of setting the staffing budget each year, and one key one around there is a number of our teams and staff within each of the teams spend time on capital projects and significant operational projects, and so it's reasonable to recover and make sure that they're funded either through debt or through the specific project that they're funded for. You'll note here at this stage there's less time spent on capital projects and other operational projects than was previous. But you would expect for the next workshop that we'd be coming back with a more refined figure in this space. So that's currently where it sits, but that would look to be refined further for the next workshop. this might be a favourite one of Councillor Jennings, this one. So through the last long-term plan, we made the decision to slowly reduce the level of unfunded depreciation. And we also have, particularly in this space, through the last annual plan, and you'll see this when we work through the solid waste activity, there was approximately $1.9 million in extra operational costs as a result of changing the basis for the model for the landfill operation. The council made a decision that it was not going to impact rates for this current financial year. But what that means is we can't continue to fund that additional operating cost through borrowings, because that will just blow out our capacity in the borrowing space in a short period of time. So over a period of time, as part of that 1.2, is an assumption that $400,000 of that 1.9 will now be funded through rates rather than through borrowing. So it's not getting it to all hit in 1 year, but it's to slowly wind that back over the period of the LTP. Contracted increases, so almost 1% in that space. So that is made up of inflationary clauses and contracts we already have. A big chunk of that sits in the parks space, as well. For example, in contracts like we have a line of credit facility with BNZ, so we have some increased costs in that space. Other contractual increases that are already built into contracts is where that $400,000 comes in, and then there's a number of other increases across the business. Before we move into the activity space, what I wanted to show you was, if you look at the green and the orange, this is a picture of what rates increases look like. Green is the LTP, and so you can see here, without waters, the increases aren't significant. If you include waters, there's a massive change in terms of rates before and after. I'll start again. So the grey one is the last LTP, and the blue is the LTP amendment. So there is a significant amount of variation in terms of the rates if you include 3 waters. When you take that picture out, there isn't as much variation. So in short, most of the rates increases are a significant portion of the rates increases driven by the 3 water space. So that's been a heck of a lot of detail. Before we move into yet more detail, does anyone have any questions?
So on that 18.9% figure, have we got any idea how this is going to be affected by the QV valuation changes we hear about this afternoon?
No.
So in terms of that, that 18.9, so the QV will come and talk to us about the valuations, how the valuations have changed. That, though, doesn't impact the rates. So if for example, we didn't increase rates at all, that whatever QV comes back with today would mean that we're just sharing those rates based on values in a different way. So what we will do for you as part of, hopefully by the 21st workshop, is we will prepare for you, and it's just being finalised at the moment, Jeff and the team are doing it, is if we look at our current rates this year and we overlay the new valuation based on exactly the same amount of rates we're charging this year, what does that sharing look like? How does that change how things would be shared? What we'll then do is then lay on top of that the different options in terms of the rates review, and how that then changes the sharing picture and how that changes relative to the rates that people have. And then we will add on the rates increase as well as that. So hopefully that answers the question? Yeah. And I think just to note on that before we get into this bit, that's why it's really important when we go through the rates review is that when people get a letter, that they understand what bit of the rates change is due to the valuation change, what bit's due to the rating review change, and what bit is due to the rates increase, which hopefully will be less than 18% by the time we go out with a letter, because there's a number of different levers that will impact what will impact the community, and that's what we do need to be careful in terms of the messaging and the conversation out with the community as part of both a valuation change and changes coming out of this workshop, is that we're at a point in time, but the impacts of the rates review and the rates all intertwined together, and we don't yet have a good picture of what that means for the everyday household, but hopefully before Christmas we will. So I'll leave you, in terms of I'm not going to go through this in detail, but for each activity area, we've given you quite a bit of detail in terms of what the actual spend looked like. So for community facilities, for example, what was the total spend for 2021 and for last year? What does this year's budget look like? And what is currently, based on the 18.9% rates increase, what does the LTP proposal, amendment proposal, look like at this stage of the game in terms of revenue and expenditure? This column here gives you an indication of how that's changing relative to the annual plan budget that you sent for next year. The reason that we've done that is because it gives you a good sense of what's driving the rates increase. So in terms of community facilities, there is an overall net close to $100,000 impact in terms of the overall picture. Some of the reasons for that are around revenue decreasing due to more realistic target in terms of the aquatic centre, but also there's some assumptions around Foxton Pool closure. As well, in terms of one of the key reasons, so Foxton Pool, for example, is going to bring revenue down, but it's also Okay, we'll get started. What I'm going to propose, because we have a landfill, we've got some landfill work to do shortly, is all of the detailed slides on each of the activities is give you the opportunity over the next week to review them, and then we can discuss them if you've got questions at the next workshop, because we'll be getting into a bit more detail at the next stage. So what we're keen to do for the last part of this workshop is to talk to you about envelopes and funding. So what we'll do first is give you an idea of some of the other options that both Daniel and I and the team have worked through, and then we'll circle back to this slide and get your views in terms of capital spending, borrowings, rates, fee increases, what you're comfortable with, what some of the parameters that you'd like to set for us to go away and work on to come back to the next workshop are. So in terms of the options that we've talked about, there's a couple of ones that I wanted to mention today. They're not final, but they're just ones that were worth having a conversation with you about. One is in the regulatory space. You saw that there was a significant reduction in revenue in that activity. At this stage, we are not proposing any fee increase in terms of that budget that you saw. But currently, and we'll come back to the next workshop as well in terms of from a revenue and financing policy compliance perspective, at this stage, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect something in the realm of a 5% fee increase in the regulatory space. And still be to make us compliant in that space. So that's an option that we can consider. That would reduce the rates by 0.3. The conversation that we've had earlier around funding any Three Waters increases through borrowings for this next first year of the LTP amendment, that is a significant item, and one that I know there were a number around the table that were keen to see what that number looked like. In terms of a conversation, so that's one in terms of an option that we can talk about. As well, through the last long-term plan, through this rates increase of 18%, you've seen that 1.2 million of that increase is due to the fact that we are moving from borrowings into rates in terms of a change. So what this option for a discussion is to reduce that by a third, which would reduce that rates impact by 421,000 at this stage. And we also had a conversation earlier, the question was raised by Councillor Jennings around the capital program, I believe. What would that do in terms of if we were to reduce the capital program by 15%, that would have an impact on reducing interest. Also, another conversation we had was around the fact that our staff recoveries actually is less in terms of staff time moving to capital projects than it was in the current year. So there are some options to increase that by a further $150,000. So not to say that we want you to decide on all these options, but if, for example, we were to take these options, that would move us down to 9.7%. What I'll do next is hand over to Daniel to talk through some of the infrastructure options. Did you want to say that?
Yeah, so obviously we're presuming a funding envelope will be directed, and we've already started to turn our heads as to how we turn that 110 into 70 into what next, including looking at the potential for deferred renewals in certain areas that pose less of a risk, knowing that there would be a requirement to catch up at a later date. And some of that is coupled with the investment in the larger treatment plant networks that there would, if we create additional wastewater treatment capacity, then there would be a potential to scale back some of the wastewater renewals within that catchment. So we're doing that sort of thinking. Also, the fact that we signal significant investment in stormwater off the back of what's happened in winter and historic issues. So we're still looking at the option of whether that would scale back to the current investment that's in the LTP. So there is potential around that. We'll just take it.
So when you said sort of the wastewater area down to deferring the renewals. That would be more like around the pipes, sweating the asset a bit more, etc. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and targeting different catchments that have got more capacity to cater for that. And that, in the water space, it's the likes of Foxton Beach where we know we've got a fairly resilient and up to stage network where some deferral of those renewals could be pushed out, knowing that there's less risk of reactive type maintenance if we were to do so. And the other one obviously is around the water supply in terms of managing that leaks within council's network. There's been a lot of work in the control of that in the last couple of years and the pressure reducing valves within council's network, but we've still got a significant issue with leaks in the private network, and the prospect of simply just providing more water supply at the treatment plant versus the opportunity to actually work with our community around identifying where those leaks are in our private network. So that was really, obviously we've got a lot of other work and there's detail and a whole lot of line items that we'll start to present back over the coming weeks. But really, we're looking for a steer today around some of those envelope discussions because the big chunky items are in that three water space. And so off the back of where the direction today on capital versus borrowings versus rates increases, we'll direct some of that work over the next couple of weeks. The other one that we haven't touched on today is obviously in that solid waste space. So just to reiterate that the current percentage increase is based off what we term the status quo, which is what's happened this financial year, not what's in the LTP assumption. So the assumption for rates increase for next year is based off those landfill gates remaining closed because that's the current status and the information we're working from. So you'll see that on the other slide deck with the information, but in summary, there's around about a $2 million direct impact, firstly from the reduced revenue, which is around about 1.49 million, and then the run-on consequence of having to take the sludge, which has been transferred from the solid waste activity across into the wastewater activity. So there's a rates impact in that space in the order of 1% for that sludge, which is now being trucked outside the area. So there's as you delve into that, and the assumptions for next financial year are based on the status quo of the gates remaining closed at this stage.
So what I'm wondering is, because that's a lot to kind of get your heads around and breathe through, whether we move now into our first landfill workshop for today, acknowledging we've got a series of landfill conversations to have, and then we loop back at the end of the day and come back into this conversation about funding envelope levers, because that gives you time to kind of reflect, but also means that you've thought about that in the context of what Daniel's just articulated around the solid waste picture. But if anyone's got kind of some initial guidance or commentary they want to make, that's helpful for us as officers to hear also.
So Dan, can I just touch back to the stormwater where it says stormwater improvements carry on with status quo? Are you meaning carry on with what we've traditionally done in the past, without any more investment?
Yeah, correct. So the three waters transition, that blue skies thinking, we signal a minimum of another $1 million per year over the next 20 years, which is effectively one stormwater project. So we identify a long list of historic issues that we have acknowledged, and we start to actually bite those off in small chunks. We signal that to NTO as a minimum requirement, and that's transferred across over into the LTP projections. But once again, that has butted up against our needs in the wastewater and water space. So there is a decision in that space, and probably what we'll bring back is a summary of what that current investment looks like versus what the potential is, and then the tangible result of that in terms of our ability to go out there and start to commit a dedicated stormwater team, to start investing in those projects.
So perhaps one of the options, follow on for that, one of the options could be perhaps to look at, not perhaps ask you to look at, is whether rather than total district-wide whole stormwater strategy, and I think ultimately that's what we'd like to see. And I guess that's one of the options, but versus a catchment type situation where we know in certain areas there's certain issues. That some of them probably aren't that more expensive to fix. It's just the commitment to do it and the funding to provide it. So I guess gold plated up here. If we can't do the gold plated for obvious reasons, what is the next best? And we know where the hotspots are. We know where a lot of the issues are in terms of the direct consequence to neighbourhoods, etc. And perhaps a look at that compared to the gold plate, if that makes sense.
That really is the current thinking. And just for context, there are some large projects around the likes of investment in water quality for Lake Horowhenua, but across the rest of the district for those general district improvements, the current LTP over the next 20 years has an investment of 5.5 million. So very, very much a small investment every year and the potential to investigate and deliver a project. The proposal that was put forward was to lift that up to around about 18, which was effectively $1 million a year, and that was what we were signalling to the NTU, that there's an increase of investment required in addition to what's in our current LTP. So in some ways, it's certainly not gold plated. It's really much paying attention to something that historically is probably fallen short in that space. Yeah.
So we'll probably wrap it up there, just highlighting, so for the next workshop, you'll be seeing some more detail around the Three Waters AMP and the budget. From the budgets that you've seen today, we'll come back to you with some further options to reduce costs, and hopefully at the end of the workshops for the landfill, we might get a further steer around envelopes, which will drive that. As well, we'll have a conversation about the revenue financing policy in terms of, given the budgets where they are, the fees as they've been set, what does that look like in terms of compliance with the revenue financing policy? So we'll bring that information back to you for the next workshop as well. And as part of the last long-term plan and also this amendment, there are some key assumptions around property disposals that were made in terms of decisions made by the last council, and assumptions around which properties were going to be sold, and that has an impact on where the borrowings sit. So we'll be making sure that there is clear visibility on that around the table and making sure everybody's clear on those assumptions. Then the 21st will be the last workshop for the year. There will be a further live-in landfill workshop to discuss options for consultation. And we may also, depending on how the workshop goes on the 14th, there may be some further conversations that are needed in the rates capital borrowings space as well. Really, by this point of the year, we're all ready to go and have a summer holiday, but also we need to be really clear about what the conversation decisions look like, so that we can make sure that we're ready and prepared for a consultation document to be drafted and ready for audit early in February. So thank you for your engagement in the conversation today. It's been good, and hopefully we'll continue to work through and get to a reasonable decision or point for drafting by the end of December.
Thanks, Tim. Really good.
Yeah, so moving into the next 3.5 hours, we're looking to step through the remediation on the old dump, which we have had some conversations over the last couple of weeks in that space. We're joined by some guests from NLG and PMG, which will lead off in some conversation there. We'll then step through into some discussion around the future of waste. So that's that initial high-level discussion around what the future looks like for waste in the Horowhenua, followed by those options that we're ultimately going to come back to you on the 21st with for the future of landfill discussion. So it's a fairly chunky afternoon, followed by obviously the capital value briefing at 4 p.m. and some further briefings into the evening. So we do very much want to wind that up by 4 o'clock sharp, if not prior, to give you guys a break before we head into the later evening.
Yeah, acknowledging we've got visitors, QV at 4 p.m, Wakakutahi 5 p.m. So we'll just get the workshop presentation up on the screen.
Yeah.
And maybe if I could just firstly acknowledge that, like council are getting pretty familiar with the conversations that we're having around the landfill, and
that you go forward with the BPO. We essentially support it because at this stage we know that there's certainly a full dialogue going on. We welcome that dialogue, which is very much a change from what's happened before. And the whole purpose of this is for the BPO to restore the Maori, the mana, and the Y of the old dump. Now, the old dump is actually two areas, and we need to acknowledge that there are two areas there. We need to acknowledge also that this is a part of a longer term impact. It really is beyond the 3-year political cycle, and councillors, we want you to take that into consideration, that it is a long-term project, and that we believe that you can leverage this project off to gain other outcomes, within the wider community. And we want to make certain that the language that we are using, we collectively are using, is specific, that it creates trust, that it's about monitoring and it's locking in enforceable conditions so that everybody knows exactly what's going to come on and what the output actually is. So leachate is caused by rainwater penetrating into the surface and then taking itself through the aquifer, and it's distributed into the wider area, into the Hokio stream eventually, and then out to sea. So our concerns are that the leachate cessation actually is the first step of this process. That requires a proper cover, drainage, and one of the things that is not mentioned there is what we do with methane. Now, the proper the proper cover is clay and then a topsoil. We need to make certain that rain doesn't penetrate from the sides. Currently, the sides of the old landfill area 1 are not covered with clay, they're just covered with sand. so water can penetrate in. And area 2 is covered by pine trees, and it's not covered at all. There's simply straight penetration that goes through. So old dump area 2 must be addressed. Pine trees need to be removed. We need to have a clay capping on it, curved so that we address it properly. So basically, just to reiterate where things are, it's a fairly complex slide. The old area, unlined landfills, area 1 and 2 towards the middle are shown off. The current class 1 landfill is down the bottom. And then there are various boreholes monitoring the process. The information that comes through the Stantec reports sometimes is very, very complicated to look at. As a scientist, I've looked at changing one of those characteristics to TDS, total dissolved solutes, in the system, because that gives us an indication of what we can look at. The conductivity is measured in millisiemens per metre. I have no idea what a millisiemens per metre is, but I do know that I can put a hand out with a teaspoon and say that's a milligrams that's in there. And so changing that process goes on. The boreholes around the old landfill are B1, B2 and B3. Maybe there's an extra site to look at on the left-hand side, which is that sort of circle with an X around it. And then there's C1 and C2, which are closer to the stream. The data shows that boreholes B1 and B2 are leaking leachate. It's increasing over a period of time. That is not decreasing, and that's the reason that we need to have mitigation to reduce that leachate. But just as an aside, boreholes D6 and D1 in front of the lined landfill are leaking leachate as well. So the data that we get in the Stantec reports looks like that. And we actually need to look at trend lines, because the trend lines will then show that some of those boreholes are decreasing, but C1 and B1 and B2 are actually increasing. This is a time scale from 2018 to the present time. How this works historically and where the landfill is in its life cycle, these ones here are in phase 4, that they are sitting as methane production, methane fermentation, and that sitting under the cap will eventually escape into the environment. It's one of those pollutants that we need to look at in terms of the environment protection. Our concerns are the seepage that's going up through borehole B2 onto the Tartana land. Now, this has only been recently released to us, but we want to make certain that we are assisting how to tackle that situation and prevent it continuing. What happens to leachate interception if that leachate continues after the process of capping is not then finalised, is not actually working? What are the remedies that we have to look at to then carry on? As I said, the methane mitigation out of the old landfills area 1 and 2 is not addressed. We believe that should be, and that we recommend that the council actually adopt the BPA for leachate mediation. Mitigation. Just so you see, not particularly coloured here, borehole C2 and C2 and the C2DS, deep and shallow, are sitting very close to the boundary on the Tartana property, and it seems that stuff is actually leaking through onto that. And I think that must be the... Oh, yeah. A question then, over time, do we need extended monitoring? How do we look at the problems that are there? Do we need to map the sites more readily or more rapidly? Do you need a drilling program to look at the aquifer flow so that you actually understand what's going on there? Do you need to look at how that plume is actually running, where it's running from and where it's running to? How deep the plume is. I note that most of the boreholes are actually sampling at 2.5 metres or less. So that's not going right through the aquifer, which is about 10 metres in depth. Some of these boreholes are only sampling at 75 centimetres. So you have no idea of what the approach through the whole system is. And that seems to be one of the things that I've just read about recently is the microbial action within the underground into the aquifer. And one of the systems now is saying, let's increase that process of microbial fauna and bacteria by injecting sodium acetate or milkway into the aquifer, which enhances the culture and therefore will enhance the action, giving those bugs energy systems to actually do their job with. Really, the question that we've got to look at some stage is whether we trap the methane from the subsurface and then have a capture system to dispose of that. Then looking at the flow from the tartan drain into the tartan drain of the stream. Is a leachate system actually necessary later on? If the capping works, we don't need it. But if we do need that, what information do we need to say things going there? How long is that leachate interception drain got to be? Does it have to be 200 metres, 500 metres, or 600 metres, or what? And just to say the tartan wetland is that little property across from the trees, the top left, top right at least. A lot of that land has been changed from wetland into pasture land, and there's only a small amount still left as wetland that can be used. Basically, the aquifer flow is across that property, which is only about 100 metres, to try and intercept all of the pollutants and remove the primary ones, such as phosphate and nitrogen. What is the capacity of that land to actually remove that information? Knowing that nitrogen is going to be assimilated by plant roots, it's going to be volatilized to nitrogen through denitrifying bacteria. You need a pH of 8 or more to do that. Is that going on in there? We also know from the scientific literature that the sand is probably insufficient to bind and remove the phosphorus, so therefore that particular part may not be of practical use. And then organic compounds such as plasticizers and a whole lot of other things may be metabolized more readily in a modified membrane bioreactor. So that's an extension of what we need to look at to design. And the tannins, which are those things that we drink our cup of tea from, generally won't be metabolized through a wetland situation. So, the water will always be discovered in that situation.
So, Graham, we do have this presentation already. You're being sent a document with our, which I've just gone through very briefly. Yes. All right. Any questions, Graham?
Thanks, Graham. Who's the author? Who was the author of this report? Myself. And second question, is it agreed and supported by full PMG and L? Yes. Yes, it's been circulated, and we actually modified the statement late last night, and CEO Maniko had it at about 5:05. That's why it's going to be emailed to you rather than presented that way. Thank you.
Maybe if I could just clarify that it represents the views of members of NLG and PMG, because just acknowledging council is a member of PMG, and so like that isn't an endorsed council position. But maybe Graham and Christine might want to talk about the process the community have gone through to come up with that feedback.
Yes, well, a lot of the information in here that was gathered through the research that's been done by for the District Health Board, District Council,
And so a lot of that information in here is from there. And we had a really fruitful meeting, we thought, last Thursday. A lot of people, some people couldn't be there, but it was agreed that the way forward was what was presented to us was a great start. But the thing that we mentioned during the meeting was that it is only a start, and we wanted some sort of commitment from council that it was going to be an ongoing process and fixed up accordingly. It's not a quick fix. It's not a 1 year process. It's a continue. But we would like to have seen something in the wording that said that you are committed to an ongoing process, a long-term process.
And councillors will see that wording reflected in some of the draft recommendations we've put through to you for your consideration next week, which no doubt Daniel and Alice and Lindsay will touch on soon.
Graham, you mentioned around Area 2 and the fact you'd like to see the trees removed. Some of the advice that we've received in some of our earlier briefings was essentially to not touch that area and not remove trees. And I think the analogy that we've been provided is that it's like a sponge. So the moment we go removing anything from on top, we're impacting the sponge nature and potentially could cause more damage or more leachate as a result of treating that area in that way. So I'm just keen to understand how your view potentially counters that of the advice we've already received.
Yeah, thanks for that, Clint. The basic challenge that I see is that the leachate by TDS is increasing. Area 2 was the area where Levin's sludge, sewage sludge, was placed in for a many number of years. The process was actually to dig from Peter Everton, was to dig out with a 10-ton digger and then tip the stuff in, the sludge in, and then cover it back again. Now, it's a fairly big area. That material is in is still leaking. It is still metabolizing. You're probably getting methane out of it. You're probably getting all this other stuff that's coming through. To do nothing is going to allow it to increase. That is going through the environment, and it will continue to do so. We're looking probably hundreds of years without that. If you place a cap on it, you're going to stop the flow of water into it, which drags the leachate through. So yes, it's going to be a different idea. Yes, you will disturb the system. There are probably other things that you could look at in terms of, hey, look, is the best system for this to dig the whole lot up and put it into a place where it's not going to be leaking? But that's technical stuff, and I know that Daniel has invited us to be part of ongoing technical discussions because of that. But it's really, we can only provide information, and you guys are the ones who are in the hot seat with our empathy that you've got so much to consider. Just looking at before. So thanks for that opportunity.
And it's one of those reasons why they might not be looking at the old number 2 tip is cost. And we understand that, but there's the environment and there's cost, isn't there?
Thanks, Graham.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, people.
Thanks, Christine. Cheers.
Kia ora tātou. I have two cases in the courts right now. I have another one pending. Just to let you know something. I have taken out a judge through a judicial review of a judge for conflicts of interest. So that's the kind of person I am. Issue, live in Landfill. Gives me only 5 minutes of speaking time. Is not a level playing field. Does not give justice to what I have to say. So this is a rush. I am of the NLG, which there are 9 of us. 6 Māori and 3 non-Māori. Now, most of the Māori, except 2 components, were put on by the Commissioner for the Environment as the NLG was created. Jenny Rowan is the NLG facilitator. She is not the NLG chairperson. Jenny manipulated, created 3 NLG representatives to talk with HDC and PMG. She had no authority or right without discussions with the whole NLG group. So when you got this group of so-called NLG meeting with the PMG discussions and negotiations, it's total rubbish. The PMG, the project management group, is not included in the resource consent conditions, and this is where you need to get a copy of this document, and you'll see that on pages 7, 8, 9, so the rules to the NLG. You'll see there you will not find PMG or any other group in this document of resource consent conditions. So I suggest you get a copy of it. Jenny Rowan has already had 2 votes of no confidence to her. The Lake Hoffman domain will now defunct. Conflict of interest she had there. And awesome, and that's now, and in the Lake Accord, Hoffner Lake Accord, there was a vote of no confidence in her in that round. Okay, the so-called PMG groups were not picked by the wider NLG group, which includes Jacko here and Vivian here. Jenny Rowan that at an overwrit meeting. If you know who the overwrit group, she manipulated that. Right? She has conflicts of interest. The NLG Maori members have not been communicated with, even though they must have
Sorry,
contact details. Yes?
Sorry, we're here to talk about the restoration of the old Levin dump.
I know, but I want the new members to know what's going on so they can determine decisions to be made.
I'd rather leave the politics of the PMG and the NLG out of the discussion.
What Charles is really trying to say is that on the Friday, Alison then put up a thing called the BPO.
That's what we're here to talk about. Yep.
And it's been presented that the NLG and the PMG support the framework and all that. Graham's put it up. But the NLG have never had any input into it because we have not been able to get together to even talk about options, yes or no. And that's what he's trying to tell you.
So,
but he does this little promo beforehand, and then he tells you what he's worried about.
Yeah. I have made 6 official complaints, which you can get off the CE, and you can look and read on my official complaints, and they will go through the ombudsman. You leave me no option. If this council proceeds without talking to the NLG group alone, without the PMG group, is what I've been informed, are paid people on that committee. NLG people have never been paid at all. Right?
So,
but if you leave me no right to go to we have an agreement. There's agreements of matters of importance to Tangata Whenua or Māori in this council.
So, can I? The feedback that we've got, the councillors received yesterday, says NLG, PMG, community feedback.
No, wrong. You have not talked to them. The Māori component of the NLG, which is a total of 9 members of the NLG, of which 6 are Māori and 3 are non-Māori. The Māori component have not been talked to. And yet you talk about something on the PMG, there is no iwi represented on the PMG.
I asked Daniel if we could have a meeting so we could discuss it, but because Viv and them are down in Queenstown, we're coming back for the day, we weren't able to put, so the NLG component to that really should be scrubbed out because it was only the PMG
So,
So we have
the workshop that was held last week before,
anytime.
it included NLG members and PMG members.
They are not NLG as such. The wider group of NLG does not know what's going on.
There was one person there.
I'm struggling to understand.
Right. Now, this is what I'm telling you now. This is a rough job because I didn't have time to write up a proper document. If this keeps on proceeding because you're going over my Bill of Rights or our Bill of Rights, you're going over the Bomber UN Indigenous rights that's throughout New Zealand, and you leave me no option to take this to the Race Relations Officer. That's what you're doing. Because you have not talked to the Maori component of the NLG. The Maori component of the NLG, 6 of us, have never been communicated. I've been coming in here. I don't like to put pressure on any of your staff here, like the Lady Moore or even Tariana. I don't like to talk to the lower group. Daniel Hay and Monique should have been talking to me, not the lower groups.
I'm sure they'd be more than happy to talk.
Well, too late now, mate. You're at the stage right now. Like Graham Lindsay, he's supposed to be NLG, yet he's PMG. That's $1 each way. He's now out of the NLG as far as the American members are concerned.
So
you can't have $1 each way.
Would you like the Chief Executive Van Daniel to respond to you?
They can try and respond to it. They could never get over that, what I'm telling you right now. I shouldn't have been talking to Tariana or that Lady Moore. I should have been talking to Daniel Hay. Or even Monique. But no, we've been left out. Why do you think I've got 6 complaints in there about the NMG? I don't do these things for nothing. I'm into everything. That's why I'm a warlord.
I walked in on the meeting accidentally on the other side, but I must admit, we do need to hear, the NLG need to hear the options. They live the land, they walk the land. They see the stormwater and the effect. I mean, Graham Lindsay, I keep saying to him, what about the south side, the one that goes to the Wairere River, stream, sorry. And they keep saying, no, it doesn't go there, it doesn't go there. But yet, the spring head for the Wairere starts up by the golf course. So if you're only talking about the shallow movement to the stream, you're not talking about the one that goes down below where all the leachate comes down to.
Can we then see the rest of the presentation that we've got in front of us to talk about those options?
You can, but I've come here only 5 minutes talk and then I'm going. And I'll see where you people are going. I'll have protesters here from Wellington out here marching these streets. I'll be down with the race. I'm in business. And there'll be a judicial review and all of this and what's going on in this Palmy Council.
There needs to be a little bit of talking.
So Charles, can I just ask this? Let's cut to the chase.
Don't be smart like Sir Charles.
What's that?
Did you say Sir Charles?
Sorry.
Oh,
I just really want to understand. Like, what are you trying to achieve? What's the outcome you want out of talking to us today? So
even this was manipulated. The review of this was done in 2019. Should have been done in 2010. It was supposed to be done with the NLG. It was done by the District Council and Regional Council without the NLG. 2010 and 2015, all the reviews were done with the NLG.
yeah, so
But the main component is what you see on to do with the NLG is totally correct in that document. But you will not find PMG or any other group in there other than the NLG.
So
we have a right.
Understand, but what do you speak for yourself? What do you want to change? What's the outcome you want today?
It's the group of the Maori component are furious. It's not about me. It's not about I, me. It's the whole group like him.
But
and then you got people like Viv.
And Deanna Paki was saying to me, in reality, we should get them all audited because this comes from the government.
I just need to unpack this. Because one of the things that you seem to be suggesting is that you're unhappy about other people speaking on your behalf.
Yes.
Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes.
But then you've come today and you're saying that you're speaking on behalf of a number of people. Don't we need to hear from those people?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
You're totally right.
Yeah.
The other parts of us, the Maori components, have given them the email addresses to have communications with and got nothing. Jack is one, and he can tell you that. They got his email just to get all the latest information.
I've never received an invitation to a meeting.
And Viv?
Never.
Viv, the late trustees haven't.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand
Eugene Hendo.
what kind of process or what are you looking from council that would make you happy? Because from our perspective,
Open and transparent, honesty and trust.
can you just, because what I'm saying, what my view is that obviously there's a mechanism through the landfill agreement, which is the NLG, and the ideal situation is that when NLG communicates something to us, that they speak with one voice, or they've aggregated the views across NLG so that it's clear to us what the position of NLG is. But at the moment, what you're suggesting is that that we should have to speak to every individual member of the NLG in order to understand their position.
You communicate by disseminating information to them about these time frame minutes and when the meetings are and that sort of thing, and agendas and everything else. A good example of the last supposedly NLG meeting was not an NLG meeting. It was a workshop. But Jen said, "Oh, it's an NLG." I said, "Where's the agenda? Where's the minutes of the previous meeting?" It was a workshop, and that was fine. But it wasn't fine because it was supposed to be an NLG meeting. That's manipulation. And there was NLG members there and people from the public having their courtroom, which was fine in a workshop, but it was supposed to be NLG.
So, from a practical perspective, what do you want? What do you want to fix? What are we trying to fix today in terms of, because you're frustrated with this process, but this is your opportunity to give us some information.
I am telling you now what is happening.
Yeah.
We've been left out. There's no trust in this council. I mean, by council, I mean operations. I don't mean governance, because you're the decision makers.
Could I ask something?
Charles, Charles.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to chime in here too because I'm confused. So, who chairs the NLG?
There is no chairperson. Jenny Ryan is the facilitator, not chairperson
Okay. So,
of
how many
the PMG.
members of the NLG are there, and how do we communicate with the NLG if there's no set?
Jenny now.
Well, there's nine. There's 9 of us of NLG. Not counting Jenny Ryan. She's only the facilitator.
And you don't have a chair.
No. Read this.
So the issue can't be just.
Read that.
Are all the 9 NLG? Sorry, are all the 9 NLG people in agreement with what you're saying today?
Someone's got to do the battles.
Yes, but is the 9 members of NLG, do they agree with you?
Not 9, because Graham Lindsay, he's a dollar each way man. What's his name? David Moore, who's in LG, he's on the secret PMG group.
So he's $1 each way.
So that's $1 each way.
So, councillors, I wonder maybe whether we move on and then you ask the question of me, because actually what I'm hearing is concerns about our ability to engage. So actually your question as elected members needs to be to me about what assurance can I give you that we are meeting our obligations under the landfill agreement, under the resource consent, and to that engagement pathway that we put in front of elected members and that you endorsed. So I'm happy to answer those questions should elected members have them.
See, your PMG meetings are actually in committee meetings.
Charles, you've just heard the Chief Executive.
Yes.
So, in that case, I will ask the Chief Executive, are we meeting our obligations in terms of the agreements that we have with the NLG and PMG, in terms of the openness and transparency and communication lines that we have with you? Because my understanding would be that we've been more than open and doing that.
If you were burning out, I wouldn't be here today.
Well, Charles, you've been here a number of times over the last few months.
Yep, on different issues.
And had the opportunity to talk to both council and at PMG, NLG workshops. It's not as though you've been restricted
I
from
will
having
not
that
go
opportunity.
with the PMG groupers. The NLG Mara members will not.
So what we're here today to discuss is the restoration of the old Levin landfill site and looking at the options that we've got in front of us.
Yes,
Do you wish to tell us about some of those and your preferences or views and opinions on those options?
Well, really, like you've got about 5 options, and they're not streamlined out. It's got option 1 is this, option 2 is this, option 3. It's not streamlined out. What do they actually mean? And yeah,
Well, that'll be part of the
say
discussion.
what you mean what you say.
That'll be part of the discussion we have this afternoon.
Well, we will see. As far as I'm concerned, that place should be closed down and kept on monitoring, and the NLG must be part of it. I mean, a good example was at one of the NLG meetings, it was decided and all agreed that Vivid Bold will be a monitor at the landfill. It's all documented. She's still not monitoring it.
That's an operational matter which we will ask.
Maybe, but say, where's the trust? We all agreed that she was going to be a monitor, go out there and do this and that. There were obstacles put on her. She's still not going out there monitoring today. It's all ministered.
So, in terms, do the NLG yourselves have a view and opinion on the best practical option for dealing with the leachate on the old dump?
It'll cost you $30 million.
Well, that's what we're here. That's what we've got to
I'm
decide.
telling you, not $8 million. Like saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about my fees? No.
Is there anything you'd like to finish off with, Charles? Because we need to move on and start talking about these options.
You can talk about the options. I'm telling you what I'm here for and what I'm saying. And if it doesn't go well, I'll do what I said I will do. You can talk to that. I think especially the new incumbent members of governance need to know the truth of what is going down. You really all need to know. So when if the customer hits the fan, well, you can't say, I didn't know. Because I'll say, I told you so. I've got that favourite saying, I told you so. People don't believe me. That's why I'm a matakiti.
Thank you.
You understand what that means. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Any more questions?
Kaki. That's the clicker for the thing. Welcome, Alice.
Thank you, Charles. I look forward to the chance catching up next week. Right, I think we've got Lindsay and Alice joining us here today. Really, I suppose what we've heard in some ways is, part of where we've found ourselves in the last 3 years, that a number of options have been looked at, but no decisions and practical actions have actually been taken in the space around the old dump.
So Jenny was unaware that we were starting at midday-ish, or 12:30 as it turned out. And in the light of what we've just witnessed, there needs to be a slightly different balance, if you like, in terms of what the PMG are, their participation in this process as much as any. So I'm going to give Jenny a couple of minutes to explain the PMG's views as well in terms of this process. Thanks, Jenny.
Just before Jen does that, could we just get clarity on who forms the NLG, just to remind me, because I just went for research and I just want to have it really clear in my mind who's in the NLG and then what comprises the PMG, because I think that's really important to understand. Is that all right?
Bless that technology.
Would you like me to just read it straight from the consent?
Yes, please.
The permit holders shall establish an NLG, which the eligible members are representation from the Lake Horowhenua trustees and Ngāti Porakawa. Cheers, team. Need to practice that one. The owners and occupiers of the properties adjoining the landfill property as described in A through N on the drawing attached. Other parties who are invited from time to time as agreed to by the permit holder, which would be council and or the NLG, including but not limited to original submitters, and a representative from each of the Horowhenua district and regional councils.
Kia ora. All good, Sam? Yeah, thanks, Graham. Kia ora and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Bernie, for this 2-minute opportunity. So, respectfully with Charles and what I've just heard for the last few minutes, I find it extremely concerning because this conversation is at a very critical stage of its development. And as all of you know by now, and it's been repeated enough, the PMG as such has already been in these discussions with the council for the last 3 years. The PMG is a court-ordered instrument, if you like. It's something that was set out of an environment court hearing. The hearing, the NLG and the PMG. And the hearing did not conclude anything. It's set aside for the community to resolve. So that's a little technical point coming out of the court, but so you didn't get a resolve. You didn't get the court coming out saying close it or keep it open. You got the court saying, look, you as a community can go away, form these entities and sort it out amongst yourselves. But the overriding instruction was to close that landfill. That was driven by the community, by members of the NLG. Inside that, David Moore and myself were appointed as community representatives and a representative of Pariraukawa with David to the PMG. We were invited, we accepted, we were formally appointed. So coming into that role under that legal jurisdiction, if you like, has allowed us to have the conversations we've needed to have and continue to have. Now, Charles, respectfully, is not a signatory to those parties. So for us, he sits outside. He doesn't for you necessarily, but he definitely does for the process that the PMG has been, the NLG PMG process has been in with both the Horowhenua District Council and the Horizons Regional Council. So I want to just reassure you that the present structures that are operating and now in serious conversation, if you like, with Monique and her team, with Daniel and Justin and Alice and Lindsay primarily, with Bernie very, very involved now, you people being briefed much more than you ever have been, is the legitimate process. It is the one in this conversation you should be working inside of. And we are experiencing very professional support, disclosure, understanding, transparency, any of the words you want to use in the process that we're in now. We're experiencing that with these professional people under the leadership of Monique. So I just want to try and bring us back to a bit of a place after what I just witnessed for the last 10 minutes. I want to reassure you that subject to your discussions today and your briefing today, that we can and are moving forward on this matter. It's not my place to suggest how you might continue to work with Charles and 2 or 3 other individuals, but if you step away from us, then that does have other legal ramifications. We, got places we can go. Don't want to, but we do. So respectfully, Mayor Burney, thank you for that opportunity. I wish you well this afternoon. We're here to follow a presentation I think that we were walked through earlier and see where you get to today. Thank you very much.
Did anyone have any questions, Jenny? I just got one. Sorry, Jenny.
Jenny, do you think that the full community is represented, I guess, under those 2 groups?
At that time, under who was in that discussion at that time, yes, I do.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Jenny. The really purpose of today, we did meet with members of NLG and PMG over the last few weeks around the topic of remediation. So some of what we're sharing today, and there's a quite a significant volume of slides, but where we quite quickly got to with that discussion in the last week with those representatives that were in attendance from NLG and PMG was around almost what we call the practical next step. So there has been a lot of discussion over the last 3 years around what would be options for remediation. The landfill has been there for generations and will be there for generations to come in terms of that legacy. So we were trying to shift as to say what practical next steps do we need to do this summer and what further investigation do we need to carry out, because this won't be the last discussion around the table for landfill remediation, but we need to take some positive moves to make a difference around that existing site. But the opportunity also sat for us to start to look at that wider environment, whether that was the Tatana Drain or the Hokio Stream, and start to try and repurpose some of that energy and emotion around the landfill site to actually focus on what could be a legacy improvement for that wider catchment into the future. So today we're really in your hands in terms of what level of detail, and if you're wanting to step through each and every historic option that was put forward by Tonkin Taylor, we've got slides to accommodate that. But the really suggestion would be to quite quickly move to what's on the table for a decision next week and spend some time to unpack what each of those elements look like in terms of be it seed funding for a future project or funding to investigate versus a tangible capping of a specific area. So that's kind of where we want to get to. But I thought before we jump into that, it might be quite helpful for Lindsay to give some background context in response and to sort of align with the work that Graham presented earlier, just to really round out what we're thinking in that technical space.
Kia ora, koutou katoa, ke te pia koe. Good, ke te pai. Thank you very much for having me here. I really appreciate the meeting we were able to have with the PMG LNG people, and there's been a lot of great feedback, and it's good to be in that space with people really demanding technical opinion. And thanks a lot for Graham Lindsay for his scientific talk earlier.
I've just got this slide up because, and please stop me if something goes. Yeah. So we'll just walk around this slide, and then there's a BPO which is on the table, which has been proposed, and the BPO has come from, I would say, the great work of good professionals, Tonkin and Taylor and Stantec, who have looked at this landfill. Or if I say landfill and not all dump, just bear with me because it's an unlined facility, and the unlined old dump facility, which comprises those two areas on flanking that bisecting road north-south direction. The deepest waste area 1 is up to say 20 meters average at least on the area 1, and area 2 is probably 4 meters deep. Either way, notwithstanding that, our biggest concern is contaminants and the release of contaminants from these two dumps. And that's been the core focus where we're coming into this subject, into this old dump. I've come in. I won't give my full agenda of my expertise. I don't think that's the point. I think the point is that over time, over the last 20 years or how long it's been, since maybe the 1950s, it's been a long time, that there's a sort of a vegetated area to the north of Area 1. And I don't have a pointer, but there's a, oh, there we go. So there's you'll pick up on an aerial photograph, probably a better aerial photograph, and maybe a darker room, but there's a Pacific Gully over here. And through time, and in just having a look at the drawings, etc., and the work of Stantec and Tonkin and Taylor, we've understood of how those options have come about. It was very useful having Stantec because they took it one step further, where they took ideas, let's say, technical good ideas, and they took them forward into something which is costable, looking at it, and then looking at combinations, and then what we've done is assessed it, and then taking those and saying what really needs to be done to move a BPO forward. So when you do see the BPO, which is, shall we just go, I can do that now, sorry. So that, and I think this is the most important thing to mention. This is the BPO, which we recommended and putting through. That this is the, first of all, when I first met Dan, it's very common that an old landfill has a caretaker, has someone, a body of a professional contractor, typically an earthworks type contractor, but someone who's very familiar with the area would be a key requirement. And when I say area, I mean it may be involved in this maintenance approach is someone who knows horticulture, who knows civil engineering, contracting. That can be drawn in, but it's a maintenance person that identifies immediately where the so-called seeps and the capping and done, and people that professionals can talk to this maintenance guy and say, okay, go there, do this, and we can scope it. So that from that, in that is a scope. There's a scope of do this, these are the instructions, go ahead and attend to it straight away, because in an old dump, but in an old dump there's these low-lying areas where leachate has been sitting, but we want to stop the drive. I think last time we met, I referred to an old sponge, a sponge sitting on a table, a saturated sponge. It doesn't necessarily have to flow unless it's got head, a driving head, forcing that liquid out. And liquid in a landfill is very, very common. It's very, very common to have this. We have got those black lines. And those, what we call them, perched water tables within a sponge. It's very common. It's very good for biodegradation. It happens. It's going to be there. It could be there forever. It's just moisture which has released a lot of its contaminants in the past. But and it can also be good. Not all bacteria is bad. Anyway, going back to the BPO, then the next point there is it was CapEx funding. So this is now going into those areas, those low-lying areas you may have noticed on the site, which have settled. They need to be domed, properly graded, stop the moisture getting in, because rainfall, as Graham Lindsay has said, rainfall is the component that mixes with the contaminants that can flush. Some people refer to it as a flushing bioreactor. It's not stirred, so it can't be a flushing one, but either way, it can go through and release more contaminants. So that's got to stop. Anything on the side slopes you don't typically get ingress on the side steps. Ingress is at an angle. You need it to be robust. You need it to be strong on the outside. You need to be making sure that it's not going to erode. When I visited the landfill a couple of times, and once with full landmark of Stantec, I didn't notice any concern. I'm not saying there is no concern. That's why we need the maintenance contractor. Is of erosion, rutting, and all that. And there's also no benches. I've drawn another sketch of bench. Those would be dangerous. You need to make sure that there's no ingress there, but there aren't any. It's very particular site. It's a site specific thing we're coming up with here. So attend to that, fix it, direct flows, get proper drainage, even at the base. I think you might sort of come to understand that vegetation much better, slow flow. Let it you don't have to let water running down the slopes at high velocity and causing erosion. On the third point, there's a concern, and I think this is probably okay. We'll just stay here. These are just two graphs of the boreholes. One is what we're calling C2, or is called C2. Sorry. You can notice that the data on the left is very different to the data on the right. The right is a deeper profile, with a deeper groundwater profile, and it's very typical of groundwater. When we talk about groundwater, it's like what we call a sleeping giant. Groundwater doesn't change; it just stays there. Like I know it's a Hokio stream, but sorry, it's a good example of the groundwater regime in the area. And I possibly could go back to this, where we've got the area. This is talking to us that we've got the groundwater regime moving below the landfill and taking its contaminants, and can take its contaminants if it can scoop it from underneath. And this whole area, which has got the Lake Horowhenua on the east, feeding into the Hokio stream, the source point. But where the landfill is situated, you've got large volumes of water flowing naturally towards the ocean, towards the northwest, and then flowing towards obviously the Hokio stream, where it wants to go. It wants to naturally go there. It's just the landfill is in its position, and that's contributing. So that's why water is moving in a northerly direction. If any other sort of concerns are, always can be moving northerly, and there's two profiles, and the one which is a groundwater regime, and from that graph, and many of those graphs are talking to us like that it's just a sleeping giant. The deeper groundwater profile seems, it may have been affected before that data, but today, or very recently, it's just, there's no sign of deeper concern, but it will show straight away. It'll just come ping. Anything that does that, it's a concern. It shouldn't do that in the groundwater. It's, as I say, very stable. But the shallow water profile, which is from zero, if you go to the landfill, you step into the water in that gully area, it's right close to the groundwater, to the surface. So just north of Area 1 there, the gully area is just, it's saturated soil. It's actually, in effect, it's the wetland itself. There's wetland species, there's poplar trees growing out of that. So yeah, that area is what we call the shallow groundwater profile. From that to about 4 meters deep is a shallow profile, and that maybe up to that depth, there's contamination concern there. So that area up to what we call borehole C2. Oopsie, sorry. This here. There's a gully. And when I say gully, it might be 60 meters wide. That area there has got a whole. There's contaminated soil in effect there, I suppose we could call it. But it needs investigating, it needs looking at. BPO, sorry.
Yeah, maybe just, I suppose, to bring it back, it might be helpful to get a bit of pause and get a bit of direction at this point, because we would probably love to spend the afternoon delving into a lot of the technical. So it's been a fine balance as to what information we provide to give you, confidence in that informed decision, and in some ways why we've tried to simplify it back to this recommended BPO. But a lot of the purpose of today was to give you an insight as to what those potentially could entail. So if we sort of start at the top in terms of that maintenance contractor, that's someone out on site that can give us that immediate response, doing a lot of the initial capping works, getting control of the stormwater and the like, is really sort of focused around those first two items. But when we jump into the third one, that's really down to where we have identified that there's an area that's contaminated, and that's could be remedied by some of those solutions with a leachate drain or pumping leachate or simply just getting in there and digging the material out. But with the evidence that we have today, we can't be certain on what that solution looks like. So the action is suggested to say the next step is to get in there before June 23, do some further analysis, look at an additional monitoring regime across areas 1 and 2, and actually identify if within that $300,000 budget we could simply dig a section out and replace it with clean sand, and that's fine. If it becomes much more extensive or a larger solution, we'll be back to the council table early to mid next year once that investigation's been done to say this is the further evidence that we've gathered, this is what the next step looks like. And similarly with the following items down is, around that, looking at the wider perspective. So historically it's been quite a narrow focus on the dump site itself, and the suggestion here is that the evidence in the boreholes, whatever it was historically before monitoring was in place 30, 40 years ago, we don't have that evidence, but in the evidence that we hold today, it is only isolated pockets that are within the confines of the landfill site, and we don't want to go down a technical argument with that. We'll certainly work alongside NLG and PMG as we uncover and share information and understanding, but the action is to say let's get on and address the current landfill, let's identify the area that's clearly contaminated, and then let's actually then start to focus our energy on what we can do for the wider environmental benefit. So that's not necessarily treating leachate, but it's really focused around those water quality improvements. So we would very much like to, over the next 6 to 12 months, and it may be linked with the closure of landfill decision or not, that's coming in June, that we can actually start to partner up with Maupoko and with Paridokawa around what the longer term environmental regeneration of the Hokea stream, working with a number of interested landowners and parties. And the idea is that if we can move on from the landfill decision, start to think about the Hokea stream, harness our collective energy, we might actually be able to start to advocate with central government for additional funding, and it might not necessarily all land here. So that 300k in option 4 certainly isn't going to make a tangible difference in terms of solving all the problems in that water catchment. That's the legacy decision to say let's come up with a plan, let's get a collective vision of where we need to get to with that piece of work. And so it's really that landfill looming decision has clouded a lot of the opportunity to do that to date, but this BPO commitment is a slightly different suggestion, which we're seeking support from elected members to start looking at that wider catchment. Then the last one, and I'll throw back to Lindsay for sort of an oversight here, but that was really looking at the benefit of having a maintenance contractor, the benefit of us getting out in the community with local contractors where we can source material that would have otherwise been dumped, high quality clays, that we could start to get a better understanding of the site, areas that have been planted where we may look to do some further remedial work, but it's just moving slowly through this process, so not immediately dumping a significant amount of clay material on a site that actually could pose an issue. So that's the sort of step in the process. As of today, we don't have that plan. So that's the plan that needs to be developed. The decision point is a commitment to develop that plan.
Daniel, from a costing perspective, thinking about the option that we discussed about sourcing clay from an O2NL type arrangement, how realistic is that as a viable option for us to offset some of this cost associated with that?
So the initial capping on the main landfill site, we've requesting a budget which we've actually increased that to 320 this year. So understanding that we've provided some contingency because we'll need to go to the market if the decision on the 14th is to commit to that this year. We'll need to go to the market before Christmas. There's a procurement process around that, some survey work, some drainage to be designed to squeeze that into that window between now and June. We don't want to be coming back to council in February to say, hey, we're 50k short here. So we've extended that budget, but that really is very much the top of the existing site. But it will act to prevent any water transferring over to the side slope. So we would cut off and control the water across the entire scope of the existing landfill site. The O2L is probably a further, longer term opportunity. In terms of the, additional capping, we would be out looking for material from now on. It's something that, there is material available. The O2L is probably a longer term aspect to that. We don't expect that, we'll be holding out hope to get material from that site for a capping activity.
The number 4. So 300,000 for a program or develop a program is not actually a spade in the ground as such, and is seed funding. But you've got to secure funding, and that's what I'm assuming is either MFE or some other third party. But there will always be a shortfall that council will pick up, and so if that is the case, while we'll want to do everything in the program without having any control over what that looks like, could be, because it's going to cover the whole stream, I'd imagine, not just the part where the landfill potentially impacts. It might be from the lake to the sea or something like that, which is so yeah, I guess you can't really ballpark figure, but if you're saying 300 is a start, then how does the program, it might be more than the 4 million.
So it's in some ways it's hearing what we've heard from elected members in the initial session, that we don't have a Hokio community plan. We haven't been out and talked to the Hokio community. We don't have a good understanding of the views of Pariraukawa and Murupoko in the wider Hokio stream catchment in terms of that downstream catchment out of the back of Lake Horowhenua. We also haven't really engaged with those landowners particularly around the Tātana site. So this would effectively be a project that's not currently in the LTP that could be monitored and reported on as per a normal project, where we could set aside, a time to come back and update that we've moved quite quickly with a particular landowner, and there's an option to actually commission a wetland which would provide X benefit. So there is, it's not to say we need to get right to the end of the plan from lake to, mountains to sea, which is obviously the longer term aspiration, but there might be some quite quick wins along the way that could be identified through that process. But it's very much looking more holistically than, the environments, if we're sort of looking from the environment's perspective, we're busy over here just narrowly focused on the landfill, whereas the environment actually needs a hand over here in the Hokio stream, and that's what we're also hearing from our community, which is why we've weaved that into the BPO for consideration.
So Dan, just from a funding perspective, and I'm not talking about the source of the contamination to the Hokio stream, but I mean we're focusing here on the landfill. What's the risk of, say, number 4 being swallowed up, and again talking from a funding perspective, getting swallowed up by a wider discussion around the contaminations coming out of the lake, which is several exacerbators, because the lake itself attracts different funding, as we know. So what I'm saying is, how do we safeguard that our focus for this matter, from a funding point of view, is on dealing with the leachate coming out of that dump, rather than all getting swallowed up and getting bigger than Ben Hur out of, but perhaps unintended consequence. I'm just looking at that risk. Is there a risk there?
Yeah, maybe we need a whole point to develop that project scope up to bring back for approval. That might be a worthwhile exercise to say we'll do some initial discussions with landowners. We'll look at what that scope of that project might look like. One question would be, would that include the Hokio community plan, which was an aspiration mentioned a couple of weeks ago? Is that part of that process, or is that a separate project? Would need to go away and actually do some thinking in that space if there was a commitment. So it could be that was the resolution was around funding that, subject to a approved project plan coming back for consideration. But we could certainly start from the extent of the landfill out to the Hokio stream. There's a project there in itself just in terms of that tributary of the Tana drain, before we even start to then look at how that interfaces with the Hokia stream.
I would go into there expecting that it would become bigger than Ben Hera and encompass that, because you can't fix the dump issue without talking about what's coming out of the lake to what the Hokia community wants. So I think this is a start to explore.
Yeah, so we've got there's a council. I'm not sure if everyone's read the report, which obviously only came out yesterday, but there is a public agenda item. The purpose of the workshop today was to kind of in stages bring back that we've been discussing with a group of representatives from NLG, PMG, that there is a general direction and a clear recommendation from council officers to say this is the practical next step, and a decision is required this side of Christmas in order for us to fulfil our requirements under our resource consent conditions for that BPO to happen before June 23. So it is very much a next step, and we've heard from our wider community that they'd like to see a resolution that signalled that this wasn't the final step. And so it's pretty clear we've got further investigation to do with the facts we have today. This is the next action to take. So it was really just to understand any further information we need in the next week to give comfort around that direction to take. Or we can jump into some more technical discussion if there's queries around different options and the like. So we're pretty flexible on that today.
So you're looking for a steer on where we're at now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're having a kick off. Listen, this is very consistent with previous discussions we've had with Alison and Lindsay, site visit, workshops, briefings. It's entirely consistent with that. So without any firm kind of predetermination, of course. I'm pretty comfortable with where we've landed in terms of this personally. It's a good start, and it is a start, and I take note of the comments around this is more longer than a 3-year LTP. This is an ongoing, which we talk about here, which is absolutely as it should be in common sense. But I'm pretty comfortable with where we're at. I think. Thank you for the work you've done so far.
No further questions or appetite to delve into any more detail?
I just have a question. Will both Alice and Lindsay be at the council meeting on the 14th when this report goes, or just be yourself? And I guess for with the community in mind, I think some of their background and obviously Lindsay's experience, he said he didn't want to go into it for us, but it helps the community understand that we've got a expert and just a wealth of information, and we're making good decisions.
Yep, being a public workshop, the intention was for us to have that discussion today in terms of any advice from the technical team, so that there was comfort to make a decision. But
obviously the landfill site visit and just having offline conversations with Lindsay and understanding, he's been to over 400 different landfills in his career, and I mean that counts for something and should be shared and give public confidence.
Yeah, I'd hoped Lindsay might have shared it in his introduction, so how about we throw across to hear that now, Lindsay, in terms of your background. Are you comfortable in sharing that?
Well, I think actually what Councillor Tukapo's point was, can Lindsay or Alice be available at next Wednesday's council meeting, and we can have a chat to them. It might be that they zoom it in. And I think what I'm also hearing from you is, can we make sure that we ensure that not just those who have been on the journey with us, but also those who might listen into the conversation next week and kind of watch the conversation over the next few months, that they can see the credentials that come with Alice and Lindsay's advice to this organisation. Yeah, so point noted.
Lindsay, just for point of refresh, but the NLG in their response raised the fact that none of our BPO options include addressing methane, and I'm pretty sure we've covered this off in the earlier workshops, but could you cover off why we've specifically not included them as part of a BPO option or weren't as part of the original 11 option?
So your question is why haven't we included methane, addressing methane?
The sulfate levels have just dropped off the cliff. I mean, there's no sulfate showing up, so there's the biodegradation and which is causing methane release is I'm not seeing any significance of it. So we'll see that when we start really getting into the meat of this or the investigation. But currently, what I'm seeing is sulfur-reducing bacterias. They've had their day, and they call it dropping off the cliff. And so I don't think it's a concern, but we will see if it is concerned with the methane. But I don't think it is.
So basically, at the moment, we don't think it's an issue until we go digging and uncovering more stuff, and then it might become an issue that we need to look at or address at that point in time.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend digging into the landfill itself though, because it's happy, it's doing its thing, and that's been a big concern when some of the guys want to drill into it and things like that. And you get air into it, things change. I don't give a quite correlation to that, but touching the environment when it's really happy with itself. I'll just give you a quick example. When you go to the landfill, I hope you do, you'll see poplar trees growing there, and you look at this thing. The data people are telling you is it's got a level of this. Well, if sometimes in nature, if those were really the levels, it would be dead. It would be toxic. It would be dead. But it's not the case. You go there and it's behaving differently. And I think that's what we'd like to find out. Why is the environment fixing itself, and all what's going on with you, kind of thing, in that gully area specifically. Okay. And by the way, millisiemens per meter is just a measurement of salt, really. It's just a measurement of salt, electrical conductivity in liquid, and there's very high salts in those soils. Historically, you can measure as dune sands. So you're going to pick up EC, you're going to pick up millisiemens per meter gram, and that's just an ohm of electricity going through water, kind of thing, and it's just a measurement in millisiemens. Anyway, so sorry, mention that.
So Daniel, really next week we're deciding on a plan for the next 6 months, really, aren't we? Just to make sure that you give you time to bring back to us a proper plan for the remediation. Or is this stage one of remediation, and we're then looking at, you'll come back to us in June, before June, with stage two?
We're saying with the evidence and off the back of the advice from Lindsay and the team that this is the practical next step. That there doesn't need to be significant wholesale removal of all material from site and capping of the entire site. So in terms of the evidence that we're seeing, there is isolated areas that need to be further investigated, and that was really that third item. And off the back of that, we'll understand what further work is required. But it very much is saying this is the practical next step that just needs to happen as we investigate further work. But we're not signaling at this point that we would necessarily be implementing all of those original concepts that were in place in terms of leachate drains. It's not to say with further investigation that we could come back with a similar or other solution, but it might be of a smaller scale, targeted to fixing a problem that actually exists. So taking it from a concept level to applying to site, getting the evidence to say, it's not a broad brush treatment, it's specific to the site to address a specific need.
Daniel, just two questions. So in the NLG-PMG feedback that was circulated to us, on the final page of that is, page 7, is a bullet point that's listed action number 1. While we admire the effort to give landfill more supervision, some of us feel that employing a contractor full time to look after the site is a bit of an excessive expense. I just wondered, did you have a response to, or have you considered the feedback there, and what's the response to it? And then do you want me to come back and
yes,
second question?
I think there's it's probably an understanding that 130 per annum, that's not employing a single person. It's an indicative budget of what it's going to cost per year to have a resource available for diggers, trucks, survey equipment, and materials and people to do small repairs, so that we've actually got a working budget to just fix the small things when they need to be, whilst we also get that resource working with the technical team around the monitoring requirements and the like. So it's not a specific, we're employing one person just to sit there and look at it. It's actually around having an additional operational budget to manage the site. The groundsman scenario person was
Following on from that, like, because maintenance contractor, but I think there was the words used earlier was a caretaker, who's actually, observing and finding those spots that need to be addressed. And for that role, or I guess, because this comes with a lot of risk and reputation, and we know for a fact that we haven't monitored our contractor who was operating the site. We haven't done that well, and I don't want to make the same mistake, is really what I'm saying. Is it possible to have that caretaker in-house that understands the importance of it, so we can closely monitor it, at least for an initial period, before you just go contract it out and hope that they do well?
Yeah, so this is someone to work alongside the technical team, the office team, but with wearing the earthworks experience, digger driver practical experience hat. So it's forming a team, and the link that we don't have at the moment is that dedicated outside resource to be doing the work and gaining an understanding. It's the things that you can draw a concept up on the computer, but you actually need someone out there to ground truth it with, that can kind of spot the water running one way, the other, and a change as they're regularly out on site. So it is very much someone to join the team, not necessarily delegating that out to an external contractor. Working quite closely with Lindsay and the team, that although they won't be here next week, that won't be the last of this. In terms of giving technical oversight as we actually deliver some of this BPO work.
Yeah, I just really want to ensure that the role of that person is done properly, and we can't be criticised later that you were going to do that and you didn't monitor properly like you did in the past. I don't want to repeat mistakes, please.
Just a quick comment. We typically do have like a master plan, like a master plan which will be developed, which would hopefully will be developed. Not quite a book of instructions, but a master plan of an approach for the site for the next 5 years. It says there, at least. But the what we call the abundance of the area there. I know it may seem strange that we're talking about a landfill and we're talking about Hoko Stream to some people, that it's far away, but it's a whole area. We saw the groundwater going underneath. It's a whole area which does need restoration, no matter how little it may need it there or whatever. But the whole area needs looking at proper plant species that are appropriate to the ground, and also then appropriate also to maybe the types of bacteria that Graham has mentioned, and things like that. But rather than just a wetland, which is a cold-hearted wetland, you need something which actually fits into the environment and works with the environment and achieves the environmental objective. And that's the whole key of our master plan will be. That's what I hope to develop.
Daniel, apologies, I am not across the agenda paper yet in terms of all the details, so it might be that this is answered in there, so apologies if it is. But one of the things that obviously Graham and Christine talked about earlier in the session was, and it comes through in the what was circulated from NLGPMG, was that long-term commitment to addressing the issues there. But obviously this, 1 through 3 has obviously got that short-term 6-month focus. So just looking for some advice around the landfill agreement obligation and where this takes us to in terms of satisfying the obligations inside that agreement, acknowledging that obviously 4 and 5 are a little bit more open-ended, and that there's we don't really want to bind ourselves or a future council to a particular course of action, but leaving it open, but also acknowledging that there's there's obviously going to be a range in terms of 5, in terms of what a possible budget for a possible solution looks like. So hopefully that's my ramble. There's a question there somewhere.
Yeah, in terms of the current, in terms of our obligations, we were confident that this did meet that, and the request is coming back for additional budget because there isn't enough budget allocated and set out within that agreement to fulfil these requirements alone. But there is a statement which I just haven't been able to track down that we've put into the agenda. I'm not sure whether you've got access to that. There, that we could just read out, or you can pick up that this is a longer term, and there's quite a little bit more work to do in that space.
Is that a suggested resolution? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the way that we've framed the resolutions is that we're seeking a decision from council on some of those immediate things, but to the point of, I think it was Christine who articulated it earlier around kind of their concern that council decides this and then doesn't actually do anything into the future. There is some wording around that kind of council noting that taking these actions doesn't actually preclude any further remediation actions or enhancements on the site, and that any further remediation actions or enhancements above the scope of these have to come back to council, but acknowledging that this is the start, this isn't the end. And you'll see that filtered through kind of the content of the actual report, which I think is probably worth I think it's worth acknowledging Councillor Boyle's really fair commentary last week around some of that further analysis, whether technical, financial, or where did some of these options come from. And I'm talking back now to not what's up on the screen, but some of those, was it 13, 14 options. Some of them are literally just ideas that would have sat on a whiteboard screen that no real in-depth analysis has been done. And I suppose that's what next week's decision allows you to consider. Well, do we start? And that's what we're proposing, is let's start somewhere, but let's accept that it's not start and walk away. It's start and do that further work about testing some further options. Alice might want to comment more on that.
I guess the concept around there's capping solutions, there's drainage solutions, there's extract leachate solutions, there's do things to deal with the waterways. All of those are important parts of the remediation. It's just that when you get to here's all these 14 options and how do we narrow those down to what you're going to put forward in the best practical option going forward, is trying to find the thing that says, well, what's written in that option is going a bit too far now, so let's just step back, in particular around that extracting the leachate, that we say, gosh, that looks like a really large solution to we can't quite see why that's required, but we can definitely see some contamination in this area, so let's get in and work in that area, because ultimately the concept of extracting leachate from an area where there is a concern is the right thing to do. And likewise with the wetland, the concept that a wetland will take up contaminants and help support improvements in water quality is right. It's just about having a large wetland in a particular location may not be the right solution for this catchment. So let's work in the areas where we can make some immediate improvements and start to work with the wider landowners around there about how we use that solution in the wider catchment, not just around the landfill. Do what we can around the landfill, but keep it within the picture of where we would actually get the best value out of using that solution in the wider catchment. And I think the thing for me was, you look at
that you kind of look at these options around, you can do drains and you can suck groundwater out and all that sort of stuff, and you've got a whole lot of capping on these things. And like you come back to capping. Like capping is ultimately the thing that makes the biggest difference in terms of preventing leachate being driven out through a landfill and into the environment. So start with the area that's of most concern, which is the fact that right now, as we saw on site, there's an area where there's depressions and there's ponding, so water can get in on the top right now. Let's get them, fix that this summer, and then with the help of the maintenance contractor, let them walk around the outer, the side slopes of Area 1, let them have a wander through the trees in Area 2, and see if they can see other areas, or what's the next bit that needs to be done as we start to continue to cap the site over the next few years. So that's kind of my take on where it's landed. Yeah.
It goes without saying, but I'm going to say it because sometimes they should not drive up there because they're pushing on the sponge. So can you just make sure they do? And just really.
You can say something. What they do, and that they will, take this on as their project as they come to the end of their career, and they want to give something back in terms of the environment. Deep down that all of those contractors are like that, and they have that's what you want. Yeah.
Well, we're closing in on 2:00, and with two fairly chunky presentations and sessions ahead before 4, if we're happy to wrap up there on remediation. Right, thank you. Well, we're going to stay on, but we're just changing slides.
Is everyone ready to get underway with the next bits? Yeah. Conscious that you've got something at 4:00 that you have to move into.
what we're going to do for the next couple of hours is actually start. Well, firstly, we're actually going to go quite broad and look at what's next in terms of the future of waste services. And this is really about actually getting some ideas from you, so that as we go forward, we've got a bit of a picture about the thinking of this group in terms of what the future of waste services might look like for Horowhenua. And then the reason that this is being done now is that we kind of need to look at that broader vision so that we can then look at what role the live-in landfill site might play in delivering on that vision. So, what's our vision for the future of Horowhenua, or waste services in Horowhenua? But then what does that mean in terms of the vision for, vision and objectives when looking at the future of live-in landfill? So this is going to go a bit broader. And just, we keep coming back to this slide. So we're actually moved on from old dump remediation and we're up into this, what's the future landfill site options, and just gathering that vision around the future waste services vision and action plan. Ashley's going to pick up quite a lot of the work around those future waste services next year. We needed to do this first piece of work to help inform that and then help inform the future landfill site options. We're moving forward with the decision on the landfill as an LTP amendment. So what that means is we're doing the old dump remediation and we're looking at the future of live-in landfill. That's what's being looked at now. But then what will come next, and sort of, I guess, feeding into the LTP year, is looking at the WMP, solid waste budgets, etc., etc. All right, so moving into future waste vision and objectives. So just going to kind of give a bit of an introduction oversight about what's happening at a national level and then start to bring that into what's happening in Horowhenua. So the government's vision is to move from a linear economy to a low carbon circular economy. So one where we take, make and dispose, to one where we try to keep nutrients, technical things like metals and plastics, etc., in cycle and reuse, as opposed to letting them just be disposed of to landfill. And that's both biological materials and technical materials. There's a lot of work going on at a national level. So the one on the left is the emissions reduction plan that's been released by the government. So that talks about that has waste in it, and it's almost like waste is one of the sort of forefront sort of things that where there's seen as the opportunity to make some change early, or so early wins in the emissions reduction space. They're looking at a new national waste strategy. It's also looking at, if we have a new waste strategy, what does that change in terms of waste legislation? And then transforming recycling is a series of initiatives which has quite a lot of impact on councils. So that's where they're looking at improvements to household recycling services, the potential introduction of a container return scheme, so that's the bottles going back to the bottle bank, and also looking at as well at business food scraps collection as well. So quite, there are many spheres where there's a lot of change at a national level, and waste is no exception. But one of the things that the government has signalled is that they recognise that this is that they're going to have to support these changes with funding, and they have, the Waste Minimisation Fund has existed since the waste levy was introduced, 15 years ago, I think it is now. And so when you pay for waste disposal, half the levy goes to the councils, and then the other half goes into this National Waste Minimisation Fund. But what they've actually done is there's also a climate emergency response fund that's been announced, and they've taken 120 million from that fund and added it to the Waste Minimisation Fund to help support implement changes over the next 2 years. And it's set aside specific funding for councils to introduce curbside organics collection, and there's funding for bins, your project management, communications during rollout, etc., etc. There's also funding for your development of organics processing facilities, and there's more funding if you work regionally. There's also money available to upgrade or introduce new transfer stations as well. So again, government will contribute 50% of the funding for those. going to move into the, I guess, into your own vision and goals for wastewater as they exist now. But is there any questions around the national direction stuff and implications?
Go back one slide, the recycling hierarchy, when reuse is much better to do, why do they not, or are they, in other ways, promoting or incentivising that rather than just telling us recycle, recycle?
Certainly part of the next document across to the left, that new waste strategy, is about saying that you are better to reuse, repurpose, refuse to use consume materials first. Yeah. But I guess they kind of went. But there have been some issues in the recycling system for some time, and that's also what they're wanting to address. Yeah. Any other questions? I'll say.
Alice, the organic waste, is it going to be a directive? It will be, won't it? I mean, so are we almost better to be front foot that, or do we wait until we get directed?
I think the fund that's been made available, 120 million, is quite a generous amount. But nonetheless, the sooner you get in and get an application in to get that funding, then you're an early adopter and you've got more chance of getting the funding that you need. So, they've signalled it's coming, and here's some money available. So if you're an early adopter, you get the carrot, I guess. Yeah. So they are funding half of the processing facilities, 100% of the bins up front. So your costs then come down to the collection costs. Yeah. But I think they want to try and make, through changing the waste legislation, it possible for you to use your levy funding to fund that operating cost with the levy going up.
So all the initial costs, capex costs will be funded for
And Sam,
So, other than the organic and food waste, which appears likely to have some government direction around it, my understanding is there's nothing that council is currently required to do in terms of collect, process. Like it's ultimately a decision for council around the level of service it wishes to provide. And so that there is that correct? There's nothing that we're required to collect or maintain or.
That's correct. But there's things like in the new waste strategy, it sets targets for how much household waste should be diverted as opposed to disposed, and those are targets that will come on to councils. So you give effect to that through your waste management and minimisation plan and your commitments, your action plan under that. So, and you're basically, if you're not meeting the targets in there, then although they haven't said it explicitly yet, the implication is that you wouldn't then retain your levy funding because you're not meeting the targets that you set. Yeah, and the actions that you plan to carry out to meet those targets.
Can we just have confirmation? The slide said it was 50% for local and 80% for regional on funding. Ansley, you just said all the initial capex was covered. Is it all of it or is it half of it?
it. As far as capital,
Yeah, I think it depends. So 100% on those upfront costs for the collection, 50% or 80% on. Yeah. So some is 100%, some is 50%. Yeah.
Cool. My other question was, given 80% regional funding, have we already engaged our regional partners and asked if anybody is going to build a regional facility?
we are in the conversation yet.
both, but most probably north.
Mm. I'm going to keep pushing the wrong buttons. You guys just have to tell me when I'm doing it. This is what your current 2018 vision and goals are. So it talks about delivering community benefits and continued waste reduction, promoting individual responsibility. Horowhenua businesses and households will be provided with efficient and effective waste minimisation and management services. There's goals in there around avoiding and reducing waste where you can, managing waste responsibly, and maximising community benefits. The other one put up there as well for context is that in your LTP it talks about these being your outcomes, so vibrant community, outstanding environment, fit for purpose infrastructure, partnering with tangata whenua and strong communities. I quite like the circles at the bottom. They kind of speak to what you do. In terms of vision and goals, they seem that the vision is often more aspirational and often a shorter statement than that. So when Ashley gets to do the WMP next year, you might start looking at how to look at some different wording around that. But I think it's that sort of what's the intent? Does it still speak to you as a group in terms of that being your intent and what your goals might be for waste? How might they look differently? So that's a question for you as a group. Any comments?
I might have flagged this some time ago, but for me, like the vision it's really going to be dictated by whether you've got a landfill or not, right? Because the role you play in that space depends on what level of control and influence and participation you have in the process. So, if for example we don't have a facility where we're in control of, or can deal with some of that waste output, then for me, I'd be looking for a much narrower vision about where we're going to have the most impact, and it's about value add impact outcomes. So it's a little bit like the sequencing, the timing of these decisions, kind of irrelevant to where we land with a vision statement, for example.
I mean, there are plenty of landfill owning councils that have vision that says zero waste to landfill. I mean, that's sort of that aspirational target is to have zero waste to landfill and that we stop needing this landfill anymore. But there's other councils that say I want to continue to have a landfill because my aspiration is to maintain control of the waste stream, and that I can control how much goes to the landfill versus goes to the other facilities, and that having a landfill is part of that control. Yeah. Neither are wrong. Yeah.
Just to add to that, for example, in Wellington region, there's a regional waste management management plan, and their vision is zero waste as well, and there are 3 different landfills. So having a landfill or not having a landfill doesn't really have an impact on the vision of solid waste future's vision of solid waste.
Can you just remind me, because it's been a while, council proposes a vision, a new one maybe, or just says we're happy with that, let's go with that, but it goes out for consultation and it's the hearings committee that receives that and does that process, brings it back to council. So how many opportunities do we get to feed into this new or stays the same vision?
Yeah, the best opportunity will be during that time when the WMP goes out for consultation.
Yeah. Ultimately, the thing for us is that we've got to think of it. What does your overall vision look like? and therefore what's the objectives, because then we need what we actually need in order to complete the work around the future of the Levin landfill is we need to know what the objectives are for that. You know, what are we actually trying to achieve when we're looking at the future of the Levin landfill site? So we don't have to land on the vision, the wider vision today, but we're keen to understand, I guess, the kind of sort of what does your vision look like initially when you start looking at it now, knowing that there will be further conversations about it, and how we might make sure that what's looked at with Live-in landfill doesn't compromise that vision. That way. Should we keep going? It may come clearer. Yeah. Sometimes you need the practical parts to make it look. This is what your waste is currently made up. This is actually from the 2018 WMP, but ASLE's got some more recent surveys particularly on the curbside, and the numbers haven't changed a lot. So the big part is putrescibles, and putrescibles means that organic waste, that food waste that's going to landfill. So it is the biggest opportunity you have to make a dent in your waste to landfill. But interestingly, you've still got plastics, paper, glass, those three in particular, that you have a curbside collection service that, that could still collect more. So, that continuing to educate the community, communicate that the service is available and how to use it well, can continue to drive more waste into your diversion services and away from landfill. When you look at landfill waste, it's a slightly different story. You've got it's more like 25% is organics.
Oh, sure. Did I beat you, Benny? All right, so 50% is organic waste, food waste, and that would be quite similar across the country. And we're a council with very little revenue streams whatsoever to pull on apart from increased rates. You've got a government that's offering funding for said facility. It's what would be involved in an organic waste facility. What would it look like in terms of you're talking about landfill, but how much square meterage, what sort of physical capacity would you need to have an organic facility that provides a revenue stream for the Horowhenua District Council and the Horowhenua?
Yeah. Come
in. So the sites that we've looked at, it depends how big your regional facility gets, but you might need somewhere. I think some of the sites are sort of 5 hectares, but then I know Ashley was talking to some who were saying they need a site that's like 30 hectares. But I think that comes down to you've got your basic composting operation, and then where you then store the material afterwards. And then, you sometimes some of those, they kind of store up the material and then they reprocess it and create like higher grade composts and lower grade composts, etc., etc. But certainly the Live-in landfill site does offer an opportunity to be a location for a facility like that. But bearing in mind that it is an odorous activity. So but what you've got at Live-in is you've got the 2 landfills that then shelter a piece at the back, which is where that the borrow area is, which is not on old landfill. So you could potentially develop that area as your core composting area. But it depends a little bit on those regional conversations. If others are already in place and want to take that on and do it, then run with it, and support that so that you can actually overall end up with an organics processing facility, because that's the end goal, so that you can then collect it and get that material out. Yeah. Does that help?
to ask a supplementary to that.
What are you saying? So can we have some clarity around that I guess how advanced those regional conversations are? Because I'm getting the sense that this is going to be formulated into an option in terms of the landfill discussion, and so we kind of need that confidence around those regional conversations because that's directly related to viability, right?
Yeah. So what Ash is saying is that in order for that area to be developed, you're not going to just put compost straight on the sand there. You would actually have to put a layer of probably clay across that old borrow area, so that all the water that falls on when you're composting runs off and can be collected. So yeah, that's right.
Sand dune is not really suitable.
But they do it in Canterbury, and they do just put a layer of soil across the top. Anyway.
Sorry, I think you might have misunderstood my question. It was just in terms of this conversation with other councils.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Where are we at? Because, is this viable, or are there other people in the neighbourhood that are more advanced than this?
Yeah. So what I think we're going to find is there's a couple of other things that you could also do, particularly at Live-In, and you end up in this the same thing of going, how far has the regional discussion gone around that, and how close are we to a facility being consented and built for organics? What about construction and demolition material? And they both remain viable options for a piece of land like that. But yes, let us come back to you around making sure we're clear around the viability of that. Yeah.
Cool. So given that expressions of interest for that fund opened in October 2022 and it's a 2-year run, if we were going to build our own and not go regional, then it'd need to be done through the long-term plan amendment, not long-term plan proper. Yeah.
So it's a case of when you secure the government funding, and then when you get the commitment from that you're going to do the co-funding, isn't it? Yeah.
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 Pay for half of this, it probably needs to go through LTPA.
Yeah.
Property's too far away.
Yeah. You're not the only one in the same situation where that LTP 24 would be the one. Yeah.
So you guys got that in there.
Yeah, to the list, yeah. I think it's that thing where I think what's going to happen when we get to the future of the landfill is it's the same as the BPO, where you get to a point where you go, it's conceptual about what we are going to do. We can't land on exactly the solution now, but we have signalled that we are going to do something, and we've ring-fenced what the future use of the site is. We're going to say it's within the realms of a composting facility, a clean fill, a regional park, but it is not a X because it just doesn't work for this site, and we're not going to pursue no end use for the site.
I'm just trying to relate the curbside collection with the landfill waste, and obviously the figures, especially for the organic, are quite different. So where's the rest of it going? And then are these before recycling or after recycling? In terms of the paper, the plastic and the glass.
So this one is 2018. The most current one, most recent one, has got similar figures, similar portions. So it could be to do with. I mean, bear in mind that in this one it was all
this is all
private
your bags.
Yeah.
Bags.
Bags on.
Yeah, so this is not what goes into your recycling bins.
So we
Yeah.
sort of lots of people are still putting
Yeah.
glass paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they do, and we see it as well.
So what happens is when you come over onto the right and you look at what goes to landfill, it starts to pull in other waste streams. So one on the left is what's happening in the household, and then you've got construction and demolition sector, etc., that starts to. That's right. It's just added. It becomes a smaller part of the pie when you look at things like rubble, timber, plastic, and paper that can also come from, say, construction and demolition sector.
Do we have any idea then in terms of that recyclable product that we're actually sending out of town to what we're putting in our landfill? Is it 50-50? Is it 25 to 75%? What concerns me, I suppose, is the fact that if only half the people are actually recycling, what's the point? We're spending a heck of a lot of money doing recycling, and half of them aren't taking any notice.
It's
Sorry, Clint. I look at it as an opportunity to communicate more with them and get them to recycle right. So as opposed to a give up. Yeah.
yes, there are people like that, and my mother's one of them. It's about education, making it easy for me. Also, it seems insane that when I get pizza 2 times a week, the pizza boxes can't go into the recycle bin; they've got to go into general waste too. So it's small things like that that people say, "Oh, why bother?" And those are the community engage stuff that we've got to get to, because actually if you go back to what do you want the vision to be, actually you want your community engaged and actively looking to minimise waste. And if we can move towards that, that's really what our ultimate goal should be. And then we look at, well, how do we provide that service? What additional education do we need to do to actually help us deliver that?
As councillors, a couple of times today, you've talked about intergenerational decision making. And last week at the Taitoda conference, one of the sponsors, instead of giving like the normal sponsors talk about how Civica Insurance were happy to be there, he told a story, and he told the story about his mokopuna coming to stay with him for the weekend, and how he kept getting told off about the no, like koro, you've got to rinse that, or no koro, that goes there. And so, like, we might have parts of our community right now that don't see value in that recycling journey, and some of that's on how the way we provide the services, some of that's about the way we give trust and confidence that it actually gets recycled, some of it's about the products that we consume. But actually, if we only focus on how we as adults behave, then we're not going to turn the dial, because it's the children that are actually the ones at school that are learning all of that stuff about the way to change behaviours, and that's kind of that's what the WMP can deliver, is, well, how do we deliver on the things that our children are talking about.
So what I'll say is a but to that is cost has to be at the centre of this, and I raised this last time we talked about this, because you can do all of these things, have these great ambitions, but there has to be a line at which you draw and say, for example, like at the moment, our recycling costs $1,200 a tonne to cost council $1,200 a tonne to deal with, versus $200 for general waste. If that was $3,000 a tonne, would this table be saying, should we be doing recycling anymore? So there's got to be a line, there's a sweet spot, and so it has to be, these things we have to incorporate, in my opinion, the at a reasonable cost into here, because it's so crucial to deciding what you do or don't do and what you trade off. And so, it brings you into questions around, should council be doing curbside collection at all? Is it better just to let the free market deal with that? What's actually our role? Where's our best sweet spot in terms of what we actually do get involved with? But it has to be at a reasonable cost, and that's my position.
And this is an area where I guess there's been quite a shift in the last couple of years around council's role in residential waste collection. So, like many councils around the country, you currently have, you probably have what would be considered typically best practice in terms of the recycling. You've got the crate and the yellow lidded bin. When you get it, you don't yet have food scraps or garden waste collection. But the other area where there's been quite a change is that, like a lot of councils, you've got prepaid bags, and what that was often looked at is you only pay for what you use, and therefore that's a good signal to encourage people to reduce waste. But what we're finding is that your service competes with the private sector, and there's a race to the bottom to provide the lowest cost to service, and that's why you see, so people then get large rubbish bins because they're cheap, and then fill them up with everything that they can because it's the cost effective way to do it. So councils are starting to move towards, this user pays model that we thought was about minimising waste isn't working, and are starting to move to introduce council funded rubbish collection services. And what that does is it actually gives you the opportunity to restrict the size of the landfill bin and how frequently it's collected, and that then drives the use of those other expensive services that you're providing to the community. Yeah. And what we're finding is that when you then go back and look at the cost, you are moving the cost from the household paying the private collector to pick up, to provide their service, to it being a rates funded service. So the cost goes from the user onto the ratepayer. But what that does, but in doing so, what we're finding is that this service on the right, in a council-led service, is actually the same price as what's on the left for the household. So you get a more comprehensive collection service for the same price you currently do from the private sector. And it keeps coming out when we do it across different parts of the country, because people are paying a lot for the rubbish collection.
Alice, do we know, since the landfill's now closed, have the private contractors put their price up for rubbish collection? They have? Significantly?
15-20%.
15-20%, yeah. And the other thing to get over that would just be target all those households that got kids in them.
Well, and I think the other thing you've both highlighted is that we could invest more money in waste minimisation education programs instead of spending it on getting rid of waste.
Sorry, I know this is history, but like take the example that Clint raised, right, with the pizza boxes. Yes, this is great. Everyone would love to put their dirty pizza boxes so they get recycled. But surely there's an assessment that's already been done that it's actually pointless. Like it's better to send it to landfill where because it's more cost effective. It's less impact on the environment because it just composts anyway than having to have some sort of complicated process where you're having to clean it in order to get it so that it's reusable. Like surely there is really some good data already on where you're going to get most bang for your buck. Where you're going to put your energy.
There is, but I just can't remember what the answer was because I remember quite a discussion about pizza boxes as part of standardising cabs. But it's fine, yeah.
Yeah, can I add on that pizza boxes? Pizza boxes are recyclable, and as long as they are clean, so they are recycled in this district.
Can we determine what clean pizza boxes actually look like?
Is pretty clean.
Because now those pizza boxes go around my lounge room floor where I pick up all the shit that the boys should have put in the bin, and they go into the bin. What I do like, carrying on from the aspect of it, is the segregation or separation of collection. So the other thing, apart from pizza boxes that go into my rubbish bin, is my lawn clippings. And two things every single week get collected, mixed with pizza boxes, general waste, and lawn clippings. Sorry.
So with the organic curbside organic waste collection, the idea is that food waste, green waste, and also some other cardboards that's organic based as well, all collected in one bin.
Yeah, or you can you can choose. Yeah. Right. This is always
Let's
something.
lift the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sugar's coming. Right, Alice, lift us up to strategic principles.
Yeah, cool. Shall we? Right, let's keep moving. Next, and look, there will be plenty more opportunities to come back to talk around curbside, and it's a topic that fascinates everybody. The other things that you might think about in terms of your vision, so is, do you also want, what have you got in your community in terms of like a local community-led resource recovery centre? Do you have community groups, waste minimisation groups that might be interested in providing a centre where you can drop off goods that could have a new life? There's a repair cafe there. You're providing education to the community. You've got drop-off locations for recyclables that are in excess of what you put out each week. And for me, one of the things about community-led resource recovery centres, it's about education by doing. So you have people that are respected in the community as members of the community, are helping to kind of lead that conversation about how to minimise waste yourselves. I love how the lollies come out at 2:00 on the afternoon. So, and as Ashley would say, that this is an area where, and I'm going to keep moving us through the slides, you don't currently have this available within Live-In, and so there is an opportunity to start to bring this in as part of that education and behaviour change for your community.
Or in Horowhenua district.
Yeah. Then you go to the next level, which is to say, well, what else could you do? Should you have a resource recovery park where all of the waste that's generated in this community goes through a facility where you drop off your construction debris, you drop off your reuse and repair items, people can drop off green waste for composting, other items like electronics or appliances are dropped off. Do you have sorting of recyclables locally, and then have just a small amount of non-recyclable waste that's dropped off last as you get to the end of your facility? Lots. Yeah. So comes to mind, Waimakariri have always had their, they call it Southbrook Resource Recovery Park, has this sort of focus. Christchurch has these facilities. There's some private facilities that do it. Yeah. Raglan, some of the small councils, as you say, have you do it all locally, somewhere like Raglan. Yeah. And I think if you start to think about, whether you, and this is where particularly comes into focus when you think about not having landfill, as you start to think about how little you might want to be sending out of district, because it's a long way away to your next landfill. But even if you were a landfill owner going forward, you would still want to be protecting the volume that you had available, and therefore you would still want to be minimising the waste of protecting the asset that you had. So then you move into the regional collaboration opportunities, which we were talking about before. So up on the top right is composting. There's opportunities, particularly as your region is in a big growth period, or the wider region is in a growth period, and your district, that there's opportunities to help sort and manage construction and demolition waste. And also we've talked about the opportunity to use Live-In landfill, particularly around being a clean fill site. But there's opportunities for public facilities. There's opportunities to lease land and them to be private facilities. There's also public-private partnerships that can be looked at. This is about that thinking about what your role might be, and certainly there's the role of council and there's the role of industry, and how you might work together outcomes that you're looking for going forward. This comes out of an old Wasteman's presentation I did to the sector about 5 years ago. There are councils out there where they're all in. They have their own. They own all their own facilities, and they have rates funded collections. There are councils that are all out. It's all private facilities, all private collections. Most councils sit somewhere in the middle, and regardless of that, all councils have the role of looking to minimise waste in their district, providing cost-effective services, and trying to provide leadership to the community around how to minimise waste. Yeah.
So, all out. Do they experience more fly tipping in their community, or no? You don't know.
Not necessarily, but what they do see is lower levels of diversion, and because the services available are quite ad hoc, and so they will see even greater volumes of waste recyclables within their waste collection services. Yeah, so they don't get the consistency. I was doing some work with Far North recently where, was it in Kerikeri, that you can get crates from the private sector for recycling, but it's quite restricted on what you're allowed to put in there. There's no glass, no cardboard. It's just cans and plastics, for example, and it's quite hard for council then to influence those private sector providers to provide the comprehensive service, or the efficient service that the community expects and that delivers the waste minimisation. The other thing is that kind of, both council and industry bring value to these discussions. That when you've got industry, they tend to have money to invest. They're commercially focused. A lot of the technical experts sit within industry. They often have existing facilities that you can leverage off. But council also has value. You've got waste levy funds. You've focused on the community, so you understand your community. You've got an existing customer base. You can often be an anchor tenant for facilities because you have, you're collecting waste from the residents. It's not an insignificant volume that needs a home. And you often have land and potentially consents that you can leverage off. So, that whole, how do you come together when you're working with industry to leverage off what they are good at and what you are good at, is something to think about. Yeah, it's right, you.
Levy not available to, say, private individuals or community groups to apply for. I thought that there was, but then also levies are collected off the ton. It goes to landfill, right? But not every town or city has a landfill, but any town or city can claim the levy. So, we produced what we did when we had our landfill open, the levy with the whole amount of money that went down there, but anyone can access that, even though they didn't have a landfill. I just didn't see the sense in that, but.
So the levy is collected at the disposal facilities, and then half of the levy is distributed to the councils around the country based on their population, and so that you get that to use within what the Waste Minimisation Act says you're able to use it for. But then the other half of the levy is what goes into that Waste Minimisation Fund, and then community groups and private sector can apply for funding for their projects from that. But you also have your own levy funding. And some councils, and I don't know the situation here, some have started to accumulate funds over time to try and get to a pool of money that can then be invested in a more substantial project. Yeah. But also quite a lot has been used for ongoing funding of education programs for communities. The other side is because the levy, for a long time it was only $10 a tonne, and it has been going up $20, $30. Next year it will be $50, and the year after that it will be $60. So the amount that you get as council will increase significantly, as well as the levy that's available to the private sector, and community groups. Yeah. the last is just to say, you know, if you're doing it in house, it's your relationship with industry is often as a competitor. You provide yours, they provide theirs. If you opt out, you doesn't mean you have no role. It's still that sort of enabling the private sector to provide the services your community needs, supporting initiatives by community groups and industry within your district. So yes, this is just a bit of a things that you might think about when you're thinking about what your role might be. Any questions? So I guess having kind of done that introduction, these are all of the things that can be important in terms of waste services. When you look at that list, what are the things that are more important here, and what's missing from that list from your perspective? This is kind of quite a standard type of list that we might look at.
Sorry, and it sort of just hits with what I already said about high impact stuff. So, like, for example, it's kind of that fourth one along, encouraging waste minimisation, but it's the why. So, for example, Clint, who puts his green waste in his bin, we're at his pizza box. No, green waste. Like, the why, we don't want that to go to landfill because we know that material going to landfill has a massive impact on methane levels, for example. So, like, having really clear understanding of why we're actually doing activities and what we're trying to achieve, I think is quite important.
Is there any others on there? I think some things to think about are things like that when you make big changes, making sure that you've got in-house resources to support that. You might need more staff if you're delivering bigger waste minimisation programs or you've got more contracts. Things like as your population grows and you've got people moving from other parts of the country where they have expectations of certain levels of that they will have certain services that the community has quite high levels of expectation in terms of things like curbside services. Illegal dumping is always an issue. It's often more about people's attitude to waste and the environment as opposed to a response to a price signal. But nonetheless, something that when you're thinking about the why and why do we do these things and why don't we illegally dump, it's about having pride in our environment, I guess. Yeah. Anything else? Otherwise,
So some councils have those non-organic collections like twice a year, where it's like you just put out your big stuff on the. Is there any info and data on whether that actually has any positive community outcomes in terms of no fly tipping, or does it?
They haven't been particularly successful, and so the concept of having the reuse recovery centres has been more successful as a location that you can bring materials to. When you drop it off there that the people are going to distribute the material that's dropped off to those, to the right outlets. There's a conversation taking place when you visit those centres about what else you can do in terms of waste minimisation. So generally there's a move away from those inorganic, and particularly the curbside one where material gets left on the curbside and people will come through and take the good things away and then leave a mess for the collectors to actually pick up as part of that service. It's been the Auckland experience. Yeah. Keep moving. So what that means is, I think this is the last slide in this future waste services part, and then we're going to move into thinking about what the role of the landfill is. This is a bit of a starter for 10 things that are quite commonly kind of brought through as important objectives for future waste services. But keen to see whether this might look like what you're looking to achieve through your waste future, but also what's what's missing, what's there, what's most important, and what's missing. So, one, ensuring the community has access to the services they need. Two, supporting a circular economy by increasing resource recovery and renewal by the community. Reducing greenhouse emissions that are from waste, in this waste space. And ensuring waste services are affordable for the community. And then in providing those waste services, how do we make sure that they are safe and that the environment is protected in providing those waste services? Thoughts, comments? Does that look like the sort of things that are important for you?
Yeah, Alice, the slide you showed before about the big resource recovery park, is probably the panacea in some ways of what you'd like to see, but in reality, and you can put it up there, we've heard earlier today about financial impacts on councils like us already. What is the reality of something like that happening? Because we can ideally say we'd love to see that, because that ideally would be the great outcome, no doubt, because there's so much stuff we all know goes into the landfill or goes into the transfer stations that is really recyclable, but there's no real resource of doing that. So are those being set up regionally anywhere else in other places around the country, and what is the cost of something like that, and are they profitable?
Yes, they're profitable. Two, they are more successful when you work with commercial partners, because you as council control, maybe 20% of the waste stream, and they will control the rest. So if you can have facilities that bring in their customers and your customers, then yes, whether you're talking about residents or business sector, everyone is looking to actually reduce their waste footprint. So I do remember having a workshop at one stage, I can't remember where it was, but somebody said to me, councils are actually behind in this space, that businesses are actually crying out for these diversion services even more so than councils, and that the waste companies are responding to the resource recovery desires of their commercial customers as well as, or before even the councils are looking to do it. So yes, affordable, there's a bit of a how long is a piece of string in terms of the cost. It can be, I think Tauranga are looking to develop theirs at the moment, and it's about 25 million, but that's a site that's probably 2 to 3 times the size of something you would need in a community like this. And I think Dunedin was more around the maybe 15 million, just because of what they were developing.
Just to follow on for that, what is the role or the obligation, if any, of the big bad wolf like Midwest in this? I mean, they want waste. Do they have a role in, or are they forced to have a role in this type of activity?
What I've seen is that whether it's Midwest or it's any of the waste companies, what they're wanting is to maintain control over the waste stream, so that they don't mind whether it goes to landfill or they get. What they're seeing is additional opportunities for revenue from the resource recovery that their customers are asking for now. So as long as they maintain control over the waste stream, they're happy to move into this, doing more with the material, and getting less going to landfill. And I guess as we move into the next part of the discussion, which is around live-in landfill, as you go, do you put forward live-in landfill as an opportunity for this within your district? Or, it's a site that or do you look to find a piece of land where you need to lease something within live-in or somewhere else within your district? What's the trade-offs that you might be making there? Is it worth having a site that's 7 kilometres out of town, or is it worth looking for something more central for people? Yeah. Thoughts? Comments? Yeah.
All I'll just say is that one of the objectives I'd personally be keen on is ensuring that we don't duplicate what the private sector is already doing. So for me, as I say, it's about focusing our energy where we can make the most impact, and so duplicating effort is just, I don't see a lot of value in that.
And can I test that a little bit? So when let's say we developed a principle around that, an objective, if you put that objective around ensuring waste services are affordable for the community, what's more important? Affordability or competition? Like a potential, say, council being seen as a competitor in the market.
My answer would be it depends. It depends on what the activity is. Like, for example, if we're talking general waste in terms of curbside collection, I'd say, well, there's enough competitors in that space already, so why would we try to compete with an already saturated context? But if you're talking where there's one other supplier, and if we exit that space, then yes, it's going to turn it into something that's unaffordable. Then the weighting would shift back to maybe we should be in that space.
But if we packaged up some options that said, well, hypothetically, council, if we did ABC, which would put us in competition with the private sector, but ABC means that we can deliver the service at this cost, which we think is overall a saving to this community, and it allows us to invest in, hypothetically, the pay back the deficit, so then against the landfill asset. I just want to test that how important is not being a competitor in the market, because being a competitor might be an option council needs to consider if they think about how they might fund their way out of the situation we find ourselves in.
For me, in solid waste activity, it's not important, like the competition you speak of, but in other areas of council business, I'd have maybe a problem with it.
That actually takes us to the end of that part of the conversation. Are you happy to keep going? Do you need a 5-minute break just to kind of take that in before we move into the second part? And is that okay? Yeah.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
How long's the second part?
Depends how long we talk about options around the landfill.
It'd be nice to give us 10 minutes before we can.
Yeah, I don't think it will take any longer than what we've talked about. No.
Right, that's fine.
Cool.
Right, let's get started, everyone. Just picking up on Mayor Burney's request that you have a bit of a break before QV arrive at 4 p.m.
So just as you're coming back into the room, we just thought we might just circle back around to this slide, and the question really is, if you think about being, all in, having your own facilities and rates funded services versus all out, you leave it all to the private sector. Which way as a group are you leaning? Have you got a strong view either way, or what do you see council's role being?
I don't think the government are doing enough in that role in terms of the direction that they're setting. And really, if we were really serious about solid waste, the country would have come up with a solution and done something about it years ago. It's another one of these things. Oh, council deal with solid waste. That's their role. So we'll just tell them what to do. We won't actually come up with a solution ourselves that is in the best interest of the country. It seems ridiculous to me. We're only 5 million people, and yet we've got 67 councils all dealing with solid waste. It's crazy.
So does that mean for you it's that sort of government's not going to step in, so council has an opportunity to provide leadership in that space, or more keep pushing pressure on the government to come up with the national change?
But you see the infrastructure and the other issues, challenges that we have in terms of providing levels of service in other ways. The waste is you could be considered to be a private industry type of work that could be easily be handled by others. And if it was costing our ratepayers more for us to collect the money to collect the waste than it was for private contractors to collect the waste, then why are we doing it?
I'm strongly all in. Of zero faith in private contractors responsibly managing waste.
Yeah, so I guess leaning more towards, that it's that the industry hasn't necessarily always delivered cost effective, and it also hasn't necessarily delivered waste minimisation. I always caution that, but you will still need to work with them in order for you to provide that leadership. But yes, if you're all in and you're leading, still continue to draw on their expertise as you go through. Yeah, and that by you taking that leadership role and saying, I'm going to have these facilities, I'm going to have these services for my residents, it provides that leadership that then actually suggests that they also want to provide that to their customers. Sound about right?
Oh, yeah, we're good. So, to me, it seems it's as me and Bernie said, it's all about the money. In the end, the ratepayers are only going to care about what it's going to cost. It might be nice to have all in when we take care of our own rubbish. We spend gazillions of dollars doing it, but I don't think that's in the best interest of the people that are going to pay for it. It is all about the money. So the other thing too is I think if whatever we do, it has to be one thing or the other, not a blend. Because if we're still involved in it, there's still going to be a cost, and then it's going to be piggybacked on top of the private cost. So it's either one or the other. And honestly, my honest point of view is that as far as the ratepayer is concerned, it's about the money. The cheapest option to take care of human beings make waste. All we're looking for is the most effective way of dealing with it. That's my view anyway.
Anyone else got anything to comment on? Otherwise, I'll keep moving. Quite good just to circle around once you've had a cup of tea to think about what's been there, but moving through so we can get finished in the late and now you have time for a break. Just a reminder about the old, what the live-in landfill site looks like. It's quite a big site. And I think when we were out on site, we talked about how there are areas where there's no landfill, and that means that you don't have to deal with building on top of an old landfill. When you get into areas like 1 and 2, you do have less gas and you do have less settlement. I don't think there has been gas detected there for some time, so at least that's sort of out of the picture when you're looking to develop. So it's kind of quite a lot further along in terms of what you might be able to do. When you're looking at the current Class 1 landfill that's only just closed, that's an area that it's still venting gas, and so it's going to be some time before you can sort of start to look at other uses for that area. When you're looking at the landfill, and if you were thinking about the status quo, which is in the 2021 LTP, the vision is that the landfill continues to move west or to the left and takes over that borrow area that we were talking about earlier, and fills in that area, I guess, between the old dump, area 1 of the old dump, and the Class 1 landfill. So this is that's not the right slide, that's okay. This is, so when we look at things that are done on closed landfills, the one in the middle, we've got transfer station, but you might actually think more broadly about how, having some of those resource recovery facilities, whether that's a local resource recovery park or composting facility or construction and demolition waste, so repurposing it for other waste activities, with transfer station just being one example. Sports fields, that you have sports fields on closed landfills in your district now. Recreation, you can plant up, you can look at locally sourced plants and start to re-establish, I guess, the flora and fauna that is there now. There can be playgrounds on landfills, golf courses, and it's just really to say, look, there are lots of things that you can do with them. The solar park I haven't seen one on a landfill, but surely if you look to the future, then there's those sorts of opportunities there. You have to be careful of gas with old landfills, particularly on the Class 1 area, but nonetheless, as we move forward. So we're thinking about that. This is taking the slide that we've had before, like in the November workshop, where we were saying some of the things that we're thinking about in terms of options for the future of live-in landfill, because we're now working towards coming back with options to actually, to present that, we want to put forward in the consultation documents. This is how we're now starting to sort of frame them up, put them into boxes so that we can number them and actually look at, modelling these options. So where we're looking at the moment is the first option is obviously around the reopening the landfill and operating it through to 2037. There's the landfill receives, the status quo option is that you continue receiving 30,000 tonnes a year, and under that the end use hasn't actually been looked at for the site yet. When the consultation went out on with the original business case, it talked about an option with 10,000 tonnes per year going through there. So the intention is to look at what it looks like with 30,000 tonnes, but also bringing back in what the 10,000 tonnes a year solution looks like. The second option that was put through in the consultation was around reopening the landfill and closing in 2025, but as we talked about in November, that's no longer an option because there's not actually enough time left to do it. And then the last one was keeping the landfill closed, taking your current 4,000 tonnes a year to an out-of-district landfill. And again, it didn't look at what the things are that you would do when the landfill is closed. So at the moment, we've looked into what those sort of future uses might be in terms of what would it look like if you left it and did nothing and just monitored it and let it settle? What if you opened it up for recreation purposes, whether that's walking, biking, but generally that sort of public open space type use? What does it look like if you operated a clean fill there? So I guess there's two ways to look at that. One is that you put a layer of clean fill over the Class 1 landfill and also the old dump areas, but you could also fill into that area that was designated for landfilling as a sort of a second option. You could use the site, as we were talking earlier about resource recovery, as a resource recovery park, either for the region or more locally. And then what we've got at the bottom is, in order to sort of understand what the impact is, if you move to a situation where if you did bring in curbside waste collection and it was rates funded and so council-led service, you will have an increase in waste to landfill that you'll need to manage. So that's what that 8,000 tonnes per year option is looking at. It's saying you'll have another, you'll have another 4,000 tonnes a year to manage, because instead of that waste going straight to the private sector, it comes to council to manage and find a home for. So we're just trying to, I guess, look at what does it mean if you're now out of district and you also have your own waste to manage. So I guess wanted to put this up as we start thinking about it and start looking ahead to the workshop in a few weeks, in December, to just kind of share some of this. This is how the options are coming about, and we've got to come down to a short list from these to look at. And we may end up actually looking to sort of combine some of these end uses to sort of, or say it could be within this range of end uses. But yeah, kind of important to sort of start thinking about what this looks like. Did you want to say anything at this? Is this a good spot for you?
Yeah, I suppose we would quickly need to get to though is that these are the theoretical uses. There'll be assumptions around whether any of them can actually generate any revenue, but we're also going to go through an assessment to look at the consentability and really how they're going to land in that community engagement space. When we've just had a conversation around remedial work on the old dump site, and there's clearly a lot of passion and a lot of underlying history attached to the current landfill site, and early indications from our engagements with some of the community representatives from NLG and PMG is that anything with the word waste associated with it, and anything that really wasn't transitioning this area to a better future would be quite a struggle initially to get across the line. So really, when we say we're talking options here, there's a lot of work to do in that space to engage with the wider community and put those particular groups, NLG and PMG, around whatever options land, and we'll try and come back with some guidance on that before the 21st, based on our historic engagement and messaging. We're not expecting to be able to do a lot of in-depth engagement in the next 2 weeks, but just being mindful that when we start talking resource recovery centre, although it might not be putting waste into a landfill, just the mere fact that material is being brought back to site and the continual use rather than letting it restore and recover might be a challenge.
Can I just test that? So the resource recovery park definitely includes the concept that's going to be put in the water paper coming December, includes green and organic waste, i.e. yeah, okay. And sorry, just to test that, 4,000 extra tonnes if it was it was a rates funded residential curbside collection. The forecast is 4,000 general waste tonnes. Does that assume also separate green and food waste separation? Okay, hence why it's not as much as it might have been if you. Yeah, okay.
Have we ever resolved the question, excuse me, around the consent conditions for the landfill, or the consent for landfill in terms of those activities there? There was a lot of, in previous nights, evenings, briefings, there was the words might, could, maybe. Have we resolved that? Because that's going to be obviously a question that needs to come out first.
So you will need to adjust consent for if you're doing resource recovery parks, composting, things like that. There will be changes to consents required. Yeah. That some of the projects I'm working on, they kind of combine the landfill and the resource recovery park consents into one, and then sometimes they choose to consent the resource recovery park in a portion of the site, and then consider and do the landfill consent separately. But you are leveraging off the fact that it's a site that is already used for waste purposes. Yeah. Okay.
Could it be possible that 3.3, 3.4, 3.5 is a viable option for that site?
Right? Yeah, and that's, I think, probably where I was starting to get to is, could we have clean fill across, could we accept clean fill on and do that on the landfilled bits, and then build a resource recovery park in the area that we haven't landfilled? Yeah, there is that potential. And that as part of that, you also have, sort of big regional that's dealing with sort of commercial scale waste, but on one part of the site, that local community area is ring fenced and set aside for it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know the previous team, some members of the previous council were very keen on this conversation because it was all about mitigating the significant financial impact on this community in terms of whatever we do at the landfill. So, and I get, Dan, what you're talking about, the emotion to everything, but from around this table, the reality is that we've got some big challenges in front of us. So, just good to see this up here because we need to look at it.
And I think those are important, that that the community views, they were quite strong about that sort of move away and let it rest. But there's things like, if we're going to have a better outcome for closure of the Class 1 landfill and continue to remediate the old landfill, then clean fill would, getting it in is really valuable. And likewise, you're going to want to grow plant, you're going to want to plant those areas out. And how best then to use green waste and food waste that's been generated in this area to create a compost and or support the growing medium for that. But it does come with some ongoing impacts for the residents that live around that site. So,
Seems to me, is it actually an option to just close it, fix it, and do nothing? Because I think all those waste options, as been mentioned, are just going to turn it into a continuing festering sore for that community. And a lot of those other options involve spending significant amounts of money, which we don't actually have. So is the most cost-effective green option to close it and remediate it properly, do a good job, and just do nothing. Leave it alone.
that's right. So hence, 3.1. Yeah. So I'm just going to move through to the next one, which is kind of like thinking about those options and future use. You're actually starting to articulate some of the things that are here around what's important when we look to the future use. And so things that we heard from some of the earlier workshops with community, PMG, NLG, it was quite a good concept around, if you're going to do it, we don't want any new environmental impacts. They also talked about restoring the mana of Hokio, and they talked about that being the awa, the whenua, but also the people. So, and that sort of, what the pride in the Hokio community was something that they spoke about. We've been talking about that maintaining cost-effective services. I think it's important. The ones on the right-hand side of actually what we did was just pull back through some of those community outcomes that you have in your 2021 LTP to say which of those are still important. Another one that came through from those discussions with the community was an opportunity to restore local vegetation and fauna. how can the site support resource recovery action in your community? Continuing to keep carbon emissions as a focus. Any thoughts on other things that might be important? And we're going to do the same again where we do what does that might look like if we turn those into some objectives. But before we get to that one, comments, questions, things that are missing? Water.
Yeah, I guess for me it's the financial impacts again. Once again, I guess that's captured in the vibrant economy, I guess. But it's the should, as of course Councillor Market just mentioned, close the gate, let grass grow and walk away from it. But there's still a hell of a lot of debt and stuff to service. So we need to be clear on what those financial impacts are, and if we do nothing, or if those financial impacts be mitigated by other activities on that site. Yeah.
Just this thinking on that, I mean, some of those uses of a landfill site you put up there was like a solar park. Now, if central government or there was some way of funding that, wouldn't that be a great idea, and then use it to provide power to the Hokio community? But I mean, it's still about the money. We don't have the money to build that. But if central government can somehow be, they don't want to reduce carbon emissions, they want to, round of applause on the world stage for, fixing the problem. So what funding is there for initiatives like that? But it has to be not us, in my view.
Yeah, so some of that concept that we were talking about earlier around the role of council versus the role of others, it talks about it being the private sector, but also central government. You may be in the position where you can make land available, but that is then able to be used for these other, lease it out to others that might then actually make the investment as opposed to council making the investment.
Yeah, I still think, the bottom line option for now, I mean, this is not forever, but in the short, medium term, we just need to close it and walk away. Yeah, and just let everything rest, to all those impacts that it's had.
And I think for me, one of the things about coming back with the options that we come back in a few weeks is about putting out what the financial impacts are. So what does it actually mean? What are we actually turning down if we choose to shut the gate and walk away? And therefore, should we be pushing for other uses to offset that cost? Or can we do that in other ways? Yeah.
So, and this might be hard in the context of those options, but I do wonder if it needs to be captured here, which is this whole concept of the likelihood that the green and organic waste is likely to be mandated as a council function, because that is going to be a cost, whether it's for collection and or processing. And so if, for example, we have to go and get a new site, or we have to collect and send it to a site that's outside of district, there is going to be a cost. And so in order to fairly compare those options, we kind of have to have some rough estimates of what that could look like in terms of that mandated activity, because that for me is a relevant consideration, but it's in the mix in terms of those options, because you have to factor that into the financial comparison.
Yeah, I guess the way I would think about it is, if right now you made an assumption that was going to come, and you just say that it's not confirmed, but it is the likely direction of travel, what do I then need as a community? What are my costs going to be? And what facilities am I going to have to find somewhere? What's my preferred option is to work regionally and find a solution that works. Option B might be I can or I can't offer up live-in as the site that becomes the regional facility. I can or can't just provide it as the location for the local facility. Yeah, but in some ways, it's something that you're going to need. You're going to need a processing solution somewhere. Other comments, questions?
Alice, can I just get you to go back to the options slide, and I just want to check with elected members that there's no additional options that you want us to consider, give thought to, because we don't want to be in the situation in a week or 2 weeks' time where councillors say we haven't considered all, like, you know, this has been too narrow in scope. So I just want to test what's not up there.
I guess the only thing for me is the other options that may appear or may come in. Obviously, talking about pyrolysis, 1 or 2 district. I'm not sure where that's at yet. If you guys know, but it's still going through that process. And yeah, because we've got we obviously, if we're not going to use this as a class 1 landfill anymore, we're basically going to go somewhere. Currently, it's Midwest. We know that there's some the issues around that in terms of costs. What does the pyrolysis option look like if it is an option? And I guess I need some crystal ball gazing there. But I'm not sure you can. How can we add it to this? Because I'm not sure we can.
I guess I would say you can. What we're doing is we're looking broadly to make sure we've looked at a long list of options, and look, it might be one that falls away pretty quickly because we kind of go, well, that might be in that realm of things that aren't acceptable. But nonetheless, let's put it on there on the long list to say, how does it sit against these objectives? Oh, we've thought about it. Oh, it's not a viable option, or maybe it is. Yeah. One I wanted to test actually, and I wrote it down and then I forgot to ask you about it, was what about forestry and farming? So do you plant more plantation forest on that site, or do you look to put sheep on the old landfill? Are those things that we should be putting on there?
I'd be quite keen to include the forestry option potentially because there's a sort of carbon credit option, subset option there as well. But can I just also option 1.2? So that 10,000 tonnes that was in the first business case, right? So I can't remember what the assumption was around, if it contained an assumption around rates funded collection or not. I think that was just commercial tonnes, but it also included dealing with the council sludge. So are you able to just comment on that?
Yeah, so in the original business case, yes it did, it talked about had your current 4,000 tonnes, which includes 1,000 tonnes of sludge. And I think my understanding was that the 10,000 tonnes was selected so that you maintained a ratio of 1 to 10 for your sludge.
Correct.
I guess what changes is if you think about the situation where 8,000 of those tonnes going in there are council tonnes, then the amount that you're looking at from the private sector is less. That might be the way to think about that. So you're almost in a situation where it's a landfill just for your waste.
A question for Lindsay. Lindsay spoke last time that you were down about injecting sludge. Is that right? Is that what you're talking? You can inject sludge into landfills or something? I heard you say. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just about co-disposal, what they call co-disposal. They do co-dispose sludge into landfills. But yeah, that's pretty much along the lines of what we're discussing right now. So if you've got the waste available, like 8,000 tonnes, you can co-dispose it and mix it and put it in the site. There are different ways of doing it. You can have like a trench where they put it in, they leave it, and it percolates in, and different forms of injecting into the landfill, into the line facility. That is,
And I understood that the PMG weren't adverse to that. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but they weren't actually averse to that. But I think it was more short term, but because the cost of sludge is pretty horrendous. Yeah.
Just to be aware that if you turn on that bioreactor now with sludge putting it in there, you can turn on the bioreactor and it'll stop producing more gas or something. Haven't done those sums yet, but it will degrade into gas. So if you need energy, you do it. If you don't need the energy, you want to restrict emissions, then
it's just a trade-off.
Alice, are we, and I'm not suggesting this by any means, but we've got option 1 is to keep it going to 2037, and option 3 is to keep it closed. Now, option 2 is now gone, but is there a date that if you did decide that you wanted to reopen it, what would that date be? Would it be 2027? Would it be 2029? Because we haven't consulted on that so far, does that mean we can't consult on that again?
So it's kind of if you had enough time to reopen, what's an economic minimum amount of time that you could operate for? Yeah, I mean, you could do it. To me, if you were going to open up that debate and legal challenge, you would go for the longest you can, which would be to the 2037, because that gives you the one that uses up all of the area that's left on the landfill. Like, it will be full pretty much in 2037 if you build it at that rate.
When would you be able to reopen it if you
decide? So it's probably take you 6 months to a year. Yeah, so you probably got 2 years. So you probably need, I guess you're going to need that sort of 6 months to get your detailed design drawings done, because it's the whole, you've got to build the new cells.
And there would also be a consent problem as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So putting legal challenges aside, the logistics of just saying, hey, it's a clear win to reopen, it would still be a good 2-year window, at which point it wouldn't be worth opening and closing for 25. So if that decision was made, it would sort of be a 12-year window effectively, but acknowledging that opens up a whole nother bunch of issues which could then delay that decision further. Yeah.
Sorry, where was the solar panel, solar farm option in there? Oh. Oh, yeah. Well, so I'm aware of a solar farm potentially coming to Foxton, and maybe you want to keep it, I don't know, but if we approach them and said, oh, you can lease this and put your solar farm in there, we'll get a bit of income that can pay, but I don't know.
Worth putting on to close it out. That it either will come through and be a good option, or it'll be a challenging technical option. Yeah. Do you make the site available to someone who wants to do that? And what might be how you do it?
Yeah, I think we covered some of this early on, though, that the time available in terms of that window to develop an option up with a realistic financial business case around it, the window that we have wouldn't allow us to get to a point of securing a likely candidate and truly understanding what that commercial arrangement would like for the solar farm. And there's a number of opportunities around that may have to stay closer to cost neutral, but we could look to explore what a window would look like to pause and then engage around a longer term use with a particular supplier. So we'll just need to ensure our numbers are reflective of that and don't oversell an opportunity with the amount of information that we currently have.
And maybe and that's that whole, maybe you can kind of ring fence a number of these opportunities into a common lease the site out, kind of thing, and sort of lease the site out, and you can say for a solar farm or this or that, without fully developing the option at this point, but sufficient to go, is that the future direction for this site? Yes, no. No, we're going to stay in the no end use, leave it to settle. And
Cool. In terms of options I'd like to see presented, I did like the sound of planting for forestry, ideally sustainable forestry for recreation would be great. In terms of the trees on site, despite officers' advice, these are fully matured for harvesting, but they need to be there to hide the landfill due to our current resource consent. That is my understanding from reading it. So we probably need to consider planting trees so we can cut down those trees regardless. So, regardless of whatever future use, we need to hide the eyesore from the public for the consent to still exist. Before you reply, I've got a bunch of other options too. Yeah, keen on solar farm. We've got a local lines company that are really good at that kind of stuff. We could probably get involved with them. I'd like to see options for closed with no use, but with a period specified, and potentially ones that say closed with no use to 2030, and by that time we will have developed a number of options to consider and vote on. Or closed with no use for X period and an affirmation of it not being used for a waste-related purpose, which I think might satisfy the community desire. And one other thing was on Councillor Jennings' earlier point about the value of us kind of knowing the viability of other sites in our district for a potential resource recovery park or even a Class 1 landfill if we're not locked into a 30-year contract that prevents us from building one. That'd be pretty valuable information for us to have on usage of this site if we knew that there's a great site where we could build a resource recovery park and a Class 1 landfill that was up to scratch in a place that wasn't going to upset anyone. That'd be pretty wasn't going to upset everyone. Isn't built on sand. What if, you want 4 hectares? Yeah, that's spot it. That would kind of be valuable. Surely somebody has a map of places we already own or potentially own and has already gone. Where would we put another dump if we were going to build a dump?
I was just checking with Ashley that there's not a. It's one of those. Surely that exists, and you go, does that exist? Or what are those other sites? I don't know.
Well, that is
Exactly.
that is a move on PNCC.
Yeah.
Just thinking along those lines, if we're going to have another Class 1 landfill here, is there a private contractor with land who could provide that? I mean, if the resource consent would be the same as if we have to do it or they have to do it. And again, cost benefits.
What role do you need to take in that? Do you need to play a role in that, or can that be developed by the private sector without council involvement?
Good question. I'm not sure what the answer is, but it seems to me that, again, I still think it's all about the money, So, yeah.
Going to wrap up. So, I guess having had those conversations about all the wide range of uses that are there, and that automatically they'll. But what if, or what's the issue? What might be the balance? What are you trading off? What are the things that are important when we're looking at what to, whether to put a solar farm or a resource recovery park, or leave the site for a period of time? These are what we thought might be some objectives to think about. Supporting council's waste minimisation objectives, restoring the mana of Hokio, meeting council's consent obligations, ensuring waste services are affordable, and protecting the environment from harm. Thoughts? What's missing?
Probably, good question on that vein. If we did take the option of just close the gate, walk away, no more activity on there, no resource recovery centre, no composting, green waste management. Realistically, what is council's role in waste minimisation? Without a site like that in our district, I struggle. I could be well with the market, but I totally struggle because we can say all the nice sustainable words and stuff that we like, but without anywhere where we've got a skin in the game, finger in the pie, I just don't understand how we can really be serious about waste minimisation. please come back to me and tell me I'm wrong, but I struggle with that.
That sort of balancing off that role in waste minimisation, cost-effective services, providing leadership. Where does site, how does sites fit in that, or how do you do it if you're all out, you're not involved at all? Yeah. Does this land okay? Like if we come back and we say we've looked at the options of a solar park versus leave the site for the next forever, and we've assessed them against these kind of things, as well as develop the financials around them, does that look okay?
Yeah, if your options come back and tick all the fluffy words there, then they're probably good. But
That would be the ultimate answer. So what's likely to come back is demonstrating the trade-offs between these things of those different options. Yeah. So all I've got to close out is really just, this is the last slide. I think I had this in here if we needed it, but I don't think we do. It's just a timeline.
Sorry, I'm going to repaint. You go back.
Of course.
That one, the insurance waste services are affordable. Is that worded in a way that allows that for you to assess options around whether things are good at offsetting other costs or, I guess
It's a bit of is it waste services? Cost effective. Yeah. Or is it just the least cost? We're just looking for the least cost option. Financially sustainable. I quite like that there's other options to pick up other aspects of sustainability, but I quite like the yeah.
I suppose the lens you might want to think about this, though, is that when you come to consider some options and decide what options you're going to consult with the community on, you might have an option where waste services are or aren't affordable, but that doesn't necessarily answer your question as to how council are going to fund the financial liability that sits against this asset, whether we are open or closed or doing everything or doing nothing. So it's something about it's not just about waste services being affordable, it's about council's financial
I was going to add the whole servicing the debt that is, associated to the live-in landfill.
and we might come, because I want to manage expectations here, we might come back and show you that none of those options are going to service that debt.
Yeah, I think tweak it based on the discussion. Yeah. I can't think of the words at the moment, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
About the recovery centre is profitable is not profitable enough.
Cool. Shall we close out so that you guys can have a break before your next? It's just to say this isn't the end. We're going away. We're going to assess the options. We're going to bring back. We're doing the cost modelling at the moment. We're sort of setting something up that we can then plug things into around the options. There's a workshop on the 21st where we come back and we talk about those options that we think should be shortlisted for consultation and get your feedback on those. Then in January, we've got to do the refresh update of the business case and prepare that consultation document so that when you get the briefing around the annual plan in February, that you've seen those options, but you get to another opportunity to look at whether those are still the ones that should be being put forward to the community to consider. And that's the end.
Thank you, Alice. Don't work too hard over the next couple of weeks. Look forward to the 21st. 2 whole weeks. But yeah, no, it's good progress. Thank you. And Lindsay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. We've got 7 minutes, so I think we'll close up there. Yeah.
So we'll break, and if everyone could be back at 4 p.m. for our visitors.